Hey, 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 everyone. The welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Um, I don't. How do I do? Okay, so let's just get into it. Yeah. How do I start? If you are the type of person who believes that they sound white, don't ask me. Um, I'm saying that because I think that might actually be the quickest way for our relationship to end. Um, uh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you talk about it. I don't really care at all when it comes to that because I find, oh, can you guys hear me? Someone said the mic, something is up with the mic. Is it better now? Sure. Is it better? Can you guys hear me now? Well, I don't know how to, I hope this is better. Drop a one if you can hear me. You sound fine. It's static. This is better. Drop a one if it got better. Someone said it's crackly. Yes, but static. All right, I don't know what's happening. All right. All right. If you, I just, no static now. Is it better? It's good now. All right. All right. So I'm assuming everything is good now. I can hear myself a little bit. Um, all right. There is a lag happening. I don't know. It is fine. We're just gonna push through. We're just, we are just going to push through. I'm coming closer to the mic. I found my glasses. All right. So this is just a pet peeve I have, and I didn't know I had it until like recently. Like I knew I had it, but like I didn't know how serious it was. Um, it started back. Look, it might be the headphone. I'm taking off the headphone. I can't hear myself. I put on the headphone because it helps me not. I'm putting off the headphone because it helps me. All right. Your sweater is. All right. I feel like I should end the stream and come back because the amount of struggle this is going through is bothering me. It's kind of bizarre to me. How is it now? All right. This is how it's going to go. This is, I'm not, I've removed the headphones. I've tried. All right. Now that we are here, someone said you look younger, period. All right. Now that we are here, let me say, and I'm going to do this quickly. For people who really, 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 really like saying they sound white, I know a lot of you are lying. I know a lot of you are lying when you say, I don't like that I sound white. Do I sound white? If you come to me and you ask if you sound white, I'm just going to tell you no. I'm just going to tell you no, and then I'm going to go about my business. I won't listen. I won't care. I won't engage. It is not that important to me. And every conversation that I've ever been in where someone says, "Oh my God, I hate that people tell me that I sound white," it always comes out that they actually like to be said. They like to be told they sound white. And here's what happened. Someone had a big post about, "Oh my God, y'all say I sound white, and it's because you don't think you're educated. As Black people, we need to stop telling each other that we sound white." I agree with this. So this person is explaining to me how terrible it is that people think they sound white. And I'm listening, really sort of in the moment with them, like, "Oh, how dare people tell you you sound white," right? And then I said, "Yeah, I don't know why people tell you you sound white, because you don't actually sound like, what does it mean to sound white?" But because, like, I think of the Kardashian when I think sounding white, right? Or like the surfer boy for guys. But you, to me, you don't sound white. Tell me why. I tell them they don't sound white because, like, they're fighting. They're telling me, "Why people telling me I sound white? I hate that people are telling me I sound white." I say, "You don't sound white to me. Why are you mad? Why are you trying to convince me now that you sound white? How does that make sense? Why are you now sitting there trying to convince me that you sound white after you're shaming everyone? You're complaining, you're saying, "Oh my God, why do people tell me I sound white? I don't sound white." And I'm like, "Yeah, I agree with you. You don't sound white. Now you are trying to convince me you sound white." Y'all play too much. Don't play in everyone else's face, but don't play in my face. Because you want to be the exception. You want to sound white, and that's a problem for me now, because now you just wanted to praise yourself by saying other people say you don't sound white to me. You sound black. You sound black. Like black, very, very. You sound black. I don't know what that means, by the way. I don't know what sounding black means, but whatever it means, that's what you sound like now. Now you mad? Now you're mad. This person is not a friend, it's just a random person that I've met twice. And they're like, "Yeah, people keep telling me I sound white." And I'm sitting there like, "Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Like, I'm listening. Show me your post. Show me a whole post they made online talking about how it's disrespectful to tell Black people they sound white." And they're going in. And then I'm saying, "Oh, yeah, you don't sound white." Like, I'm agreeing with you that you don't sound white. Why are you mad? "Oh, you wanted me to tell you." No, you don't sound white to me. Nope, nope, nope. You do not. You. I was gonna say something that would have gotten me in trouble on here, but I didn't say it. So anyway, let's continue. Mm-mm, I don't like that. I don't like that. All right, now on the other side of that, I Taurus's love luxury. You've been a member for a year. Oh, congrats! This is your anniversary with us. I appreciate that. Um, so I can't really talk about my work at all, but I have been stressed. Every time I take a vacation and come back, it feels like I'm underwater and I'm like just drowning. And so I for the first time this week, I felt like I've kind of caught up, and then just an avalanche. Like everything just like became chaotic. And I'm like all over the place trying to pull my life together at work. And it's tough. It is tough, but I'm getting through it. I was watching Alicia's stream today, and she had three Black women on there. Well, two Black women and herself. So three of them were on there talking about rest. And one of the young ladies, or one of the women, was an attorney who sort of opted out of the corporate world and I think is traveling now. And so, as I'm watching and I'm listening to her, and she is talking about how the immigrant family generally push for you to be excellent, and the idea of Black excellence, and you need to do more, and you need to work more, and you need to be more. And as I'm watching, I'm thinking like, "Oh my God, I feel that." I feel that so much. The difference is I'm not about to opt out. So she opted out, and I love that for her. That is beautiful, amazing. I hope her life is filled with joy and it's rich with travels and new experiences. I'm not about to opt out. I have a response. I have responsibilities. I've decided that I would start dating now, and I'm about to get into a relation. I'm not in a relationship, but I decided because part of why I don't like relationships and dating and all of that, part of why I don't do it is I like to spoil the person I'm with, right? Like I like to treat the person I'm with. I think I like quality time as a love language. I like the people I like to spend quality time with them. But the way I show sort of love is gifts and acts of service, right? So like I like to give, and I realized growing up that I had to be thoughtful and test. The Bible says test the spirit, right? Test every spirit. So I've I don't want to ever have the story where I was taken advantage of. All right. And so I, instead of like engaging fully how I want to show love, I retract and I test. And as soon as I see something that is like a user or someone who is just toxic, I kind of don't give. I will still engage in a relationship. I will still court. I will still do all of that. But please note that I'm not about to give things to you if I feel like there is this kind of underhanded approach to a relationship, because like I like to I feel good giving to people. So anywho, theme is bursting bubbles. You cannot trick me, period. Oh, hey, Finn. Welcome. I hope you are in bed drinking your wine. Thank you for being here. Loved your stream, your impromptu stream earlier today. Everyone give Finn the warmest welcome. I have to do that because I don't know if she feels it when she's over here, but when I'm over there and she says it, I feel it. So, like, everyone gives Finn the warmest welcome. I love when she says that to me because I feel so loved. Hey, that's how I show love to gifts and giving of myself. Oh, yeah, no. So like I have to protect that in today's society where everyone is just looking to take. Nothing has happened, by the way. It's just now that I'm going out into the world, and I'm like dating ish. It's weird because I don't know how to test the spirit. Like I don't know how to know when to give, because I do believe there are people who will use. Girl, not orange pill still. Wait, this should be a good one. I saw the thumbnail. Well, we shall see. I'm going to open the panel. All right. So, those are the preliminary matters. I wanted to start off with something let's start. Let's get into the other side of this intro. Welcome everyone. I really appreciate you all being here. I've been gone for a long time. I came back last week. I enjoyed that stream. I'm still reflecting on my time in Asia, and I really, really love it. If you guys have the opportunity to, please travel. I think it's super, super, super important that we experience the world. And I still am on kind of a high from just being somewhere else that I loved so much. By the way, I don't know if I told you all this. I have been to Tokyo before, but it was when I was studying in China. And a bunch of my friends and I, there was a guy, I forgot his name. It's a famous DJ who throws cake in people's faces. I don't know why they wanted to go, but I went to Tokyo for one night when I was in China, where my friends and I, it was a Wednesday. I remember because we had class the next day, Thursday. And we left China, we went to Japan, Tokyo. We went to the concert. And right after the concert, we went to the airport and went back to China. It's not that expensive, by the way. Went back to China and then went to class. So, so I went to class. So I was living when I was studying in China, but I never got to experience Tokyo. Now that I went back, it was beautiful. It's amazing. It's great. I love it. Um, it's my favorite place in the world. Oh, Steve Aiko. But yeah, anyway, so I'm reflecting on that. I'm gonna do another video about it, but I'm trying to pace myself. So let's start the video now. Steve Aoki. Aoki. All right. This is where I wanted to start. Let me share this. I wanted to start here.
White tears. Most of us are moved by white tears because we don't actually think they're real. It's a performance. It's a switch that you turn on because you know that we have been socialized to see you as more human and of more value. So whatever it is you think and whatever it is you feel, we are supposed to respond to it. Y'all don't respond to Black women crying the same way. Nobody does. Nobody does. The minute a white woman cries, the world has to stop. Oh my God, what's wrong with you, baby? Black women cry, we could be rolling around on the ground screaming. And you are moved because you've been socialized not to see us as human beings. Our tears don't matter to you, but a white woman, and y'all know that. That's why I'm not here for the fragility. You know that. And so you very deliberately turn on as a way to avoid accountability. Yep. Purposefully. That's not fragility. That's manipulation. That's strategic. That's diabolical. That's not fragility. And so this notion of white fragility is supposed to tell us what? We're supposed to let you off the hook because you can't handle it? No, you don't want to. And every time we hold your feet to the fire, all of a sudden, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You didn't have to know. And now that I'm trying to make you know, you want to cry so we can end the conversation. This is how you run away. So how do I hold you accountable if you're all up in your feelings? How come I don't get to be in my feelings? I'm sitting here telling you about generations of your people, your ancestors killing mine. How come I don't get to turn tears on and move you? Sounds like I should be the one crying, no?
Even if they're not together.
Yep.
I wanted to show that I really don't have any thing to add to that. I think it's such a powerful. I'm not very good about sort of teaching people about things that they created, right? Like I'm not about to sit and teach someone about racism when I didn't invent racism. So I'm not doing it. But I think there's a powerful moment of call out that happened here that I really, really appreciate, where you have to sit. One, they probably very uncomfortable, but because you're on camera, you have to sit in this moment, because I cannot tell you how many times I have seen where a white woman in particular have done something wrong, and when they're being confronted about it, it feels like the entire room shifts when they start crying, and it all becomes now about them crying and their feelings. And there's this TikTok trend that I won't play online where white women are literally crying on cue. Like, I didn't realize people could just cry on cue. Like, I thought a big part of acting was the ability to cry, and not a lot of people can do it. Imagine my surprise when I see on TikTok people just go, okay, I'm gonna cry now, and just starts like crying. Like, There is a trend on TikTok. If you have a moment, please go look it up. It's white women literally crying on cue. I was sitting there stunned by the idea that people could control their tears in this manner. Just completely floored, right? And so watching it online and then watching it in real life, where I see the rooms shift in an effort to comfort the person causing harm because that person decided to cry, and completely change the energy back to them so that we can all feel sorry for them. It is really, really sick and frightening to watch. So I just wanted to point that out. I see. I just don't understand this. Sorry. I can't tell y'all what's happening on my phone right now. Let me know before 8. All right. So now that that's out of the way, there's also, these are preliminary stuff that I wanted to get out of the way. But look, I know y'all know about the writer strike. So Margot Robbie is getting dragged on Black Twitter because she now decided to join the strike in Hollywood after her movie Barbie made billions. I don't know how much money this movie made. And I don't know why y'all are mad, right? First of all, I think this is a different company. Second of all, I'm not about to come march out there and strike with $1 billion movie in the bag. So she decided after, sorry, I'm joking, I'm kidding. But she decided after her movie came out and raked in all the big bucks to then come out and help y'all with your strike after she made the money. So period. And what about it? I'm done. I'm moving on. I don't care to hear anything. And then one more note on the Spice versus Erica Mena thing. This. I don't understand fully why it is that people keep attacking Spice in defense of Erica Mena. Now, this doesn't say it outwardly and specifically, but it does hint at it. And I'm concerned as to why people think that Spice is evil, or the bully or whatever, when literally I don't watch Love and Hip Hop, so you guys can tell me. Isn't this how all of the women on Love and Hip Hop act? Like, now that we are having conversations about Spice and what Erica Mena says and racism and all of that kind of stuff, I assumed this was how all the women on Love and Hip Hop act. So to specifically for the team, for people who support Erica Mena to keep coming out talking about how Spice is a bully, I find that weird. There, how do I put this delicately? There is a question about self-preservation and sort of the way in which you engage in the world to make sure that your dignity is intact. And one of the ways in which you do that is to not to support bad behavior. No, you flush that out, you put it out, and you call it out. I'm here for that. But when other groups of people are protecting, like white women crying about random things so that they don't have to confront their pain, when we all come together in support of white women, tears and fragility, it seems odd to not also do that for Black women. And I'm not saying other races of people should do it. I'm saying, aren't we supposed to do that? Like, I feel like it should be very obvious that calling someone a monkey, specifically if you are not Black, calling a Black person a monkey should be rebuked generally. Like I think that should be like I don't feel like there is any sort of mere words doctrine, right? That should make someone become racist. Like, you know what I mean? Like you shouldn't be justified in being racist to someone. Like I can't find a justification for you being racist to someone. But it's such a problem for me to see Black women, and I don't see Black men doing this, which is odd. Like I'm looking and I don't see any prominent Black men. And if you find it, please let me know because I can't find it. I don't understand why Black women are supporting Erica Mena. Like I am like, I don't understand it. Oh, hey, Finn. Black women are still defending her. Yeah, like that doesn't make sense. The pink pill, hey. I actually, if the pink pill and Finn, I actually think there is a discussion about Ebony K Williams that I would love for you both to engage in. So when we get to that part of the show, I'm gonna send y'all the link. If y'all can come up, you can. If you can, it's fine. I don't. It doesn't matter. But I'm just gonna go ahead and send y'all the link now, because I would actually really, really like for there to be a discussion about this, and I want to pose the question as opposed to leading the discussion. I feel like I feel like this is more complicated than we think, and I would very, very, very much to love to hear y'all's opinion, because I feel like we overvalue marriages now. And the reason why people weaponize marriages so much is because of the value we keep putting on it. And in reality, the benefits don't seem that great. Let me just be frank. It don't seem that great to me. I'm still pro marriage, by the way, but all right, I send it out. I'm driving to pick up my niece. No worries. It's not going to be up for a minute. I'm going to be going through for a while before it comes up. All right. So, what's his name? Nick Cannon was on a podcast, The Diary of a CEO, and he had some things to say about his ex-wife, and I wanted to play some of it because we're talking about marriages right now. So let's hear what Nick Cannon had to say. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. This is what Nick Cannon had to say about
other things matter too much. I started to overly value relationships and time, but then I made me get rid of relationships that were taking up time and wasting my time. But it all became, I always felt like I had a ticking clock, but the ticking clock became more apparent in 2012, that I got to make the most out of today because tomorrow isn't promised. My relationship with my children, all of my children, you know what I mean? Like a lot of that all comes into play to where like, what are you going to do with the time that you have on this planet? What impact are you going to make? So that's kind of, that's where, in a nutshell, what it did.
Emotionally, if I'm Mariah at that time and I'm dealing with a Nick that's contending with this new diagnosis and an uncertain future.
Yeah. She was my rock, man. She was, she went hard, probably wouldn't even, be honest, probably wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for how hard she went, with the doctors, with me, my stubbornness, she was the perfect helpmate, the perfect matriarch, the perfect mom, the perfect wife in those scenarios. Because granted, she's who she is and dealing with all the pressures of being Mariah Carey, but then being loving enough to take on all of my stuff. And, it probably took a toll on us just because of the person I was in my head and the struggles that I was dealing with. So it probably took a toll on our relationship, but it definitely brought us closer together.
The struggles you were dealing with?
Man, just like, was I going to live?
So I don't try to tell people how to run their interview. She was so perfect and she cared for you, and then you cheated. The idea that marriages fail because women are not enough is a problem. The idea that some women don't get married because they're not doing more, they are not giving more, we're going to get to this, I think is a problem for me. The idea that we're telling people that they need to, quote unquote, invest more in getting a man if marriage is what they want. And the key factor here from Ebony K Williams, which I'm not going there yet, is if this is what they want, is a problem. If marriage is what these women want, they're probably engaging. Maybe they don't know fully how to engage, but they're probably engaging in a way to get that which they want. And to sit there and pretend like these men don't have things to develop is also a problem for me. But we get to that discussion when we get to that discussion. Right now, we're talking about Nick Cannon saying that Mariah was literally perfect. Why are there allegations about you cheating, sir? And if she was perfect, why would it end then? You can't blame her, and thankfully no one blames her for that ending. But the ideas around sort of what the wife duty is in order to keep the man, and not accepting that relationships include marriages and they come to an end, is a problem. Someone said he's looking for a DNA match, and I'm not playing with y'all. Because he's just having children all over the place, and I don't understand it. Hey, Pink Pal. You're muted.
Hi.
How are you? I love to hear. I love you in these new videos. It feels like you just get younger and younger every time you come on camera. How are you?
You know what's so crazy? I don't have a lot of time because in like 20 minutes I have to go, and I'm in Palm Springs and on my way to Desert Hot Springs for a medicinal mushroom retreat.
Oh.
I'm about to be high all weekend.
Let me know if your third eye is open.
Yeah, I'm like, is it gonna be there? Do I have a third eye? I don't know.
Since you don't have much time, what is your take on Ebony K Williams? Let's skip to that, and we'll move around a little bit because you don't have a lot of time. I want you to.
Okay. So in terms of what kept Ebony K Williams, I actually did a video about this yesterday. I don't disagree with what she says. I think that Black women in general, we're told to go to college and get our careers because education is supposed to be our husband. I know this because I was told that. Like it's always done with the care in mind and the future in mind of the daughters of the people that it's being told to. But we go to college, and I was one of them as a Gen Xer, went to college and was like, I'm gonna just keep my head down, get my education. And I didn't even see all of the men that were around me. Meanwhile, my white female counterparts, my Hispanic female counterparts, my Asian female counterparts were associating with men and making moves because their mothers told them something. Our mothers don't tell us nothing because we don't even freaking know.
That's not true, though, right?
Wait, no. Tell us. They don't
specifically. Wait, for you specifically, you've made the problem is for you and Sin and Chrissy and Paris and all of you all. I watch so much of your content that I can regurgitate literally verbatim what y'all have said. You've pointed out that even though your parents didn't tell you about this, that you were actively engaging with a specific guy
not until after, not until it got so freaking bad. So what happened with me, and just for full disclosure, I had a baby in college, and I also met my future husband like in the last few months of college. So this experience was, I got pregnant in college, and I met who would be my future husband and the father of my subsequent 3 children in college as well. But it was only because I read the room, and I looked around and I was like, there were a couple other Black girls who were in my class that had babies too, and they were all by Black guys. I was like,
Wait,
And
wait,
then,
wait. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think these women, particularly college educated women, are going to school, and if they want to be in relationship, not seeing men around to
they can
try
see
and be in
men around.
relationship.
They can see them, and I saw them. I have eyes. I can tell, But in terms of seeing them as potential, like, oh, he's a mechanical engineer. Oh, he's a biology major. Oh, he's a rhetoric and political science major. He's going to be a lawyer. He's going to be a scientist. He's going to be in STEM. He's going to be like, we're not taught that. We're not.
No, I don't think you are. There's 2 different conversations. One, how to do it, but that the second part is whether or not you are doing it. And that you're doing it poorly is a separate question. What Ebony K Williams is saying is that Black women aren't trying. And to say that is a lie. To say, here's the problem.
Okay. That's
to
fair.
say that Black women are going to school and they should focus on getting a man, and this was specifically to the Black community, does not make sense when you say there are few Black men to the multiple Black women that are in school. You think those men are about to settle in school, settle down with anyone? You think they're going to do that? The research indicate that the higher the education, the more the income, the more likelihood they are going to marry out. And even if they have women battling over them, which tends to happen a lot on college campuses, particularly in Greek life, it doesn't make sense that the conversation is around what women need to do, and that women need to try to get these Black men when these Black men are few, and when we have this gender imbalance, the racial imbalance for women and men, these men are not about to settle down.
You're right. Okay, so I went to Loyola Marymount University, and there were like 5 Black guys there, and a lot more. I'd say there was probably close to 10 Black girls for every 1 Black guy, and those guys were not interested in settling down at all. So the error that Eboni K Williams is making is that she's saying that young Black women who want to be married to Black men should be looking for them in college. There's so many problems associated with it. I agree in part, but let me just hear me out. So here is the thing. She's saying exclusively the Black men. I went to a predominantly white school. It was like 10-1. The average, I guess, is 7-1. If you're going to college thinking you're going to find a Black man to marry when you have 6 other Black women to compete against is just unreasonable, and it's dangerous. It is dangerous to your psyche. It's dangerous to your body. It's dangerous to your future. It's so dangerous. What Eboni K Williams was, I'm actually puzzled by, because she did date interracially.
Yes.
Why she wouldn't have said date everybody, but she made it exclusive to a Black love conversation, which I have a problem with, when she knows damn well that if 60-something%, high 60% of Black women are in college and low 30% of Black men are in college, she is setting Black women up for failure. That's the problem that I have with her.
Yeah.
Not to find partners, learn how to network, know what you want, date, like at least know what you want. A lot of Black girls don't even finish college and have been on dates and don't even know what they want. Like freaking date. We don't even date in college.
Yeah. So Before we continue, for people who are behind, let's play what Ebony K Williams had to say, and then we'll talk some more.
The reality that needs to be said out loud is that as Black men age, their desirability increases. Thus,
No, it don't.
All right. Thank you. Because I'm looking at this man shaking his head right here, and what you're not gonna do is sit up here and lie. Desirability, and I. No. There is this idea, by the way, that men's looks don't matter because women apparently don't have eyes, right?
Right.
And so the truth behind this is that the older a man is, the more money he's likely to make, right?
Exactly.
And therefore, he's more attractive to women. The problem with this is that we're in a new age where women can make money too. So
yes, and they don't want Black women to make money. That's the thing. They want us to be in the position of being subservient and not make money so that we can be on this hamster wheel, and we're getting out of it. I'm so proud of us that we are getting out of it. But I just want to just point this out, the fact that you've got a trifecta of people coming out of Oprah's camp. And I don't know if it's a trend or if it's, you got Iyanla Van Zant, who says, give them all a chance. You got Tyler Perry that says, if you can pay the mortgage, then if all he can pay the light bill, it's okay. And now you got Eboni K Williams, who's saying, get your Black man in college, even if it's 7-1, and you got a knockdown, drag out fight with 6 other Black girls. It's really weird to me that the same kind of rhetoric that was presented, you guys, I'm Gen X, I'm 50, the same rhetoric that they were telling us that didn't fucking work, they're trying to repackage it and sell it to you.
The part of the problem of why this feels so insidious is that it does come on the tail of Tyler Perry. And because Tyler Perry went that viral, right, there is this understanding that you need to trigger the community. You need to trigger Black women, and then you can go viral. Because that's what it feels like she's doing. When you sit up there and you say, Black men become more... No, we do not. We do... No one becomes more attractive as they age as a general matter. Like there is...
Exactly. Although I think I look pretty good for 50. I think I look better than I did when I was 25. But
period. Same. I hope that my 30s, as I enter my 30s and my 40s, that's the best I will look in my life. And hopefully I can keep up till I'm 60. The problem with this is the idea of wealth and being valuable to society outside of how you look only becomes a problem for women and not for men. The problem with this fundamentally is that we are in a new age. Women are literally on par with men in the Black community, and they're about to outpace men in terms of their income, right? And by the way, I'm completely for hypergamy, but the ideas behind hypergamy requires that the man make the money and the woman takes it from him to live lavishly. These men don't got no money.
Yeah, they don't.
These men,
yeah, they don't have any money. And so it's but here's the thing. That's why it would be a good idea to go after the 12 Black guys in college. But if you're only going after the 12 Black guys in college and you're overlooking the 1,000 white guys, the 800 Hispanic guys, the 600 Asian guys, the 300 Arab guys, then this is where the problem lies.
Yeah. Wait, before you go, Loso, you're going to get blocked if you cannot tell me what the difference is between the amount Black women make and the amount Black men make. If you cannot tell me what that difference is, you're going to be blocked.
I can tell you.
The reason is
$2,000. There's a $2,000 difference on the average. $2,000.
still a big gap. Men make more. Where's the big gap? Where's the big gap?
How is $2,000 a huge gap? If the average for Black women who bear children and have to get out of the workforce to take care of them or work part-time are still able to only be $2,000 behind, what's going on? Like we're having the babies, we're raising the children, predominantly we are the heads of households. So our pay is going to go down because we may not be available for overtime. We may not be available for weekends. We may not be available for evening work, et cetera, et cetera. And we still are only $2,000 behind.
Yeah. And you get paid less than men still. As an HBCU graduate, any girl who focused on relationship ended up pregnant, no shade. None of them married their baby daddy in my class. Not only that, I haven't seen this personally, thank you. I've seen a lot of women of no fault of their own. Again, it is they don't know how, because they move in, they fall in love, and then they have children with the person, they're still together, and then somewhere along the line in university, the man disappears, right? And to tell these women that it's because they didn't want to be wives is ridiculous to me, because they definitely wanted to be. Maybe they picked wrong. You can say vetting, you can say whatever you want to say, but to sit there, Ebony K Williams, and say these women who want to be traditional wives and want to have marriages, if they want to do it, they're probably engaging in ways to get them to do that. If you want a career, you're probably doing opposite. So I don't understand why it is that everyone is sitting around talking about, oh, there aren't any men in Black men in universities, so you have to be intentional. If every Black woman is intentional about getting a good man in university, and all the men say, yeah, I'll pick a Black woman, there will be still thousands of women unpaired because there's not enough men in universities. The fact that you are sitting there saying, I don't want the bus driver, I want to date the one who owns the bus, should say something about where our focus should be in terms of who should be developing. And the skills to be developed should be around economics and men getting more access to higher paying jobs.
Well, here's the thing. What I don't understand, and please help me to do so. Hey, Sin, how are you?
I can spend 2K in the 10 minutes.
Help me understand this. Black girls grow up in the same homes as Black boys do. We go to the same schools. We live in the same neighborhoods. Why is it that we're going to college more than them? I mean, what kind of downloading are Black women getting that Black men are not?
Ready? I do have an answer. I hope that's not a rhetorical question, because I have an answer.
No, I want an answer. It wasn't a rhetorical question, but I do want an answer.
Here's a dusty answer. School and education is better fit for women and feminism and what they're teaching in university.
Did you say the dusty answer?
Yes. No, here's the problem of why it's dusty. For centuries, men have been able to go to school and get an education, to the point at which Socrates and all the philosophers of old indicated that intellect and high-level thinking was the domain of men, right? Now today, after women get introduced into universities and they're starting to compete and do well and better than men, now everyone is talking about and doing studies about how school and women's biology is more suited to sit there and take instructions. That's what y'all want to say now. Okay, fine. The threshold for learning in university is so low that even a mediocre young man can go there and graduate. It is not so difficult that only people who have been optimally built biologically to perform well in university can go there and graduate. You can have a mediocre type living. You can have a very low intellectual threshold and still do well in university. Why aren't you going? And it is not because women are better equipped biologically that they are going. It's because you don't want to do the work. It is that simple. People literally
exactly, because if it's so easy, If it's so easy and it's such women's work and it's such a breeze, then why won't you do it?
Yeah.
Do it, Negro. If it's so freaking easy, fucking do it.
The threshold for getting out of university, depending on what your degree is not that difficult so that every single person can. I'm not saying it's not difficult. I'm saying it is not so difficult as to remove people who are not biologically predisposed to sitting in a classroom. You are just lazy. It is that simple. And I don't like it because a lot of the right-wing conversation and the left-wing conversation are at odds, trying to figure out who is more optimally built for learning. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. It does not matter if women can sit and take instructions better than men. The threshold for learning in the United States does not exclude people who are not optimally built for learning. It doesn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, honestly, it sounds like a cop out. It sounds like a moving of the goalposts. Oh my God, I look so friggin' woo. Like, I got this gift of prayer beads anyway. The idea that they're now changing the narrative about higher education to be a woman's work too. So education and being like that is it, is just a moving of the goalpost. If it's so easy for you for you to do it, why not do it? If it makes you more competitive, it makes you more attractive, and it makes you more marketable, then freaking do it.
Yeah,
why
and the
wouldn't you
funny
do
thing
it?
is, someone might. I don't want anyone to confuse me by saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's easy.
No, I'm not saying it's easy. They're saying that it's that the reason why we're excelling is because for women are less intelligent and it's easy work. So I'm saying that if it's so easy, then you fucking do it.
Yeah.
Why won't you do it?
The other major flaw in Ebony's argument is while she's trying to teach girls to marry in college, the manosphere is teaching boys to sleep around and not settle down young. Those two goals don't align. No, yeah,
Right.
this is true. And I'm not just the manosphere, but like people. Like the idea is that men get to sleep around. She's telling you to look for husbands in college when they are the least committal and the most promiscuous. Yeah, this is. Thank you, Sin. That's
especially the black ones, because they literally have choices for everybody. They have all the black women, like all of them, and then they have their choices for other races of women. And trust me when I say, Sin, you were in college like I was. I don't know if you went to a PWI. I know you're from the Seattle area, so it's really white there, and it was really right where I grew up. And the black guys who went to university, they never had girlfriends. Never, not one single one of them. They just played around. They just moved around.
They never had girlfriend, but the girls thought they had boyfriends in them.
But I saw so many non-black men who were paired up with girls that eventually they ended up in relationships past graduation. Did all of them get married? I don't know. There were a couple that were engaged by the time we graduated. It wasn't a single one that was a black woman. Do you remember that viral video that came out where it was all these little white girls that were holding up their rings?
Yeah.
And they were saying, I got my Mrs. degree and my regular degree. Like, can you imagine like how sad that is for black women? Because that just doesn't happen. But that's how we
did a live together, and you and I disagreed on this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that part of what is going to happen, I don't know, my prediction is that the world is going towards sort of adult self-sufficiency. We are marriage, not that it's going to be obsolete, but that people who engage in it are going to be fully self-actualized, and women hopefully won't be shamed into marriage. I think the sort of baseline is that we are all going to be single forever, and that's what we should accept. And then
I agree.
All right.
I agree, and it's unfortunate, but I'm gonna be honest. we're heading towards that. And it is what it is, and you got to plan accordingly. But I will say this, even though we're heading towards that, I personally, it's not what I want. Like, could I have do I have the skills, intelligence, charisma, all of that to sustain myself? Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious. Would I rather do it with a partner and we're committed to each other? Absolutely, I would. Me personally, I believe, for me, I operate better when I have a really loving partner who supports me. Can I do it on my own? Yeah, but it kind of sucks more. And so we are at a crossroads. Basically, you've got these new generations of people who aren't even having sex. Our birth rates are declining, which I don't have a problem with. Actually, I think that's probably a good thing. But people are lonelier, and people are also acting out in ways because of that loneliness that I think is dangerous for all of us. So while I agree with you that we're headed towards that way, I think we also need to talk about what that also comes with.
I think we've talked, and people should continue to talk. I don't want to kill the conversation, but it's like, it feels like I've only heard people bash Black women over the head with marriage. You need to get, look, if one group want to get married and the other one who proposes don't want to get married, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't want, I want Black women to have the option. Like, I feel like a lot of people, and I wrote this on my community tab, a lot of people are trying to repackage empowerment for Black women to be stuff that we're doing already. So they're saying, you know, get your education, get your own money, get your own property, have children on your own terms. Like, seriously, what the fuck? We're doing this already. This is not news. Why is it being repackaged as empowering when it's just what we're doing anyway?
Can I make the
we've never
argument
really
for
had the space for anything
Can I
different.
make-
Like, why?
Can I make the argument for why?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
I think Black women have been doing it not by choice, but out of necessity. And while they're doing it, they've been continuously shamed for it. They have been shamed for being able to carry themselves and their children without the help of the men the men around them, the fathers of these children. And they've never really been told that what you're doing is powerful and it's amazing. And while people might hate it, and people look up to you now. The feminists are now looking to you. White women are now looking to you and saying, how can we do that? Whatever. But I think part of the problem is that Black women have built something in themselves that is so inspirational, and it should be spoken about without the disdain. I think there's a lot of disdain that comes with the conversation around where we are, and particularly where Black women are, and I don't like it. I don't like the fact that there's this ease with which we shame people. Like, unless you're about to go propose to these men, it's not in your hand, and it's okay
honey,
that
you
it's not
better
in
not
your hand.
propose to no man ever, ever, ever. Right? You like, that's the thing. You can't control what the men do, and so my argument is that I think Black girls and women have known for a long time you can't control what the men do, and so, like, for me, what I would like is for Black women to have an alternative choice to even have to reject. We don't even have the choices presented to us so we can reject them if we want to. We literally have basically one choice. If you only have one choice, how is that empowering if that's the only choice you have? It'd be different. It's empowering when you have at least 3 choices and you get to pick. That's leverage. We don't have any leverage in which to negotiate to say that we have any choice at all. We do it out of obligation. I'm not saying that it's not noble. I'm not saying that it's not necessary. I'm just saying that what is being presented to us are things that we're doing already. I think people are just saying, reframe it in your mind for what that means and understand that that's an empowering thing. And that's fine, but this is nothing new that Black women have done. We've always done it alone. We've never had really the choice to choose between, a soft life, being married to a provider and all that in mass versus going on alone. Other races of women have. How can you say it's empowering if we never really had the choice? How can you say it's power if you don't have the choose and you don't have the power or the choices to even choose?
Well, I do think you have a choice, right? You have a choice in the life you decide to lead. You have choices in how you go about your life. And I don't think you don't, like, when you say you don't have a choice, I don't fully understand what you mean, because it feels like a ton of choice.
What I'm saying is that other races of women, so we look back on like the movements for women that have moved the needle so that we're able to do certain things. One of the main arguments was a group of women who had the benefit of being able to stay home and be provided for. They did not want that life. They wanted to be able to contribute to society. Their creativity, intellect, ambition, they wanted to be recognized. Perfect.
Yeah.
And so they fought for that. But therein lies the choice. So they had the choice between staying and being the pretty little 1950s housewife or going out and taking over the world. Black women in mass never had those two choices. Never. Yeah. We had one choice. One. And that was to work and work some more. Whether we were with a Black man or whether we were by ourselves, we were working, and that was period.
Yes.
How is that empowering if there is no choice?
In the ability to do that, because you can opt out of work and that will make your life way worse, right? But the idea that, are you saying, before I answer a question you didn't ask, are you saying there isn't power in doing something even if you didn't have the choice to not do it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that don't repackage it and tell us what we're doing already is something that's new and innovative and is powerful, because we've already been doing
Can Black women date out?
And here's the thing. Black women have been doing it. Out? I'm sorry, what?
Can Black women date out?
Yes, and they should, but a lot of them don't think they can. Black women can, but don't know that they can still, which is crazy to me. I don't know what it's going to take for y'all to realize that.
But if they can, and they become aware that they can, wouldn't that then be a choice that they are making?
Absolutely. But that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is overall empowerment, wellness, and being able to go it on your own. Black women have had no choice but to go it on their own. We have been getting the education. We have been getting the jobs. We've been doing all these things, hustling, innovating, and whatever. It's what we've been doing already. And so, like, to package it as like, this is something new and empowering as if we had a choice. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying that it was a necessity. It wasn't a choice.
Yeah, but that kind of innovation is yours. Like, Black women had to do it, which created a new kind of innovation in Black womanhood that is specifically Black woman. And then you can also date out, right? So like it is powerful. Like it is like you created a lane for womanhood when every other woman had made whatever they had. You created this, but you can also choose to date other groups of people. If you believe you can date other groups of people, then that world becomes open to you. But you also have this lane that you created specifically for you. That to me is powerful. And what I don't want to do, and you're not doing it, but I don't want to diminish the amount of labor that goes into Black women carving out their way of the world. Because what happens, even in the manosphere, is we shame Black women for things that weren't choices, right? Those weren't choices that you had to go out and work. You said wasn't a choice, but you did it, and you should not be shamed for it. It should be empowering as opposed to shame.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that for me, I just want Black women to have the choices. I don't think that Black women realize the choices that they have. I want them to feel like they have the choice. First of all, okay, I will say this: you shouldn't have a choice about going to college. The college should be 13th grade for everybody. So I'm just going to say that, like, college should be 13th grade. So I'll just put that out there. After that, it should be your choice whether you want to be a career woman. It should be your choice whether you want to toggle your career and also find a man in which you can build a family with, and start looking at what it is you want and dating and starting that in college. And maybe you might find that person in college, like other races of women are kind of being cultivated to do. If you want to be by yourself, you can, but that then becomes a choice. If you want to date Black men exclusively, that's fine. If you want to date all men, that's a choice. I'm giving that choice to you. A lot of Black women don't feel like there's a choice. If you want to have a baby and you want to be married, or if you want to have a baby and you don't want to be married, that's a choice. A lot of Black women don't have that choice. It is what it is.
That you don't know the choice exists doesn't mean it's not there. I do believe that there should be awareness for the choice. So I agree with you there.
The choice is, that's exactly it. The choice. That's it.
The
we can
thing
end the
though
conversation. That's it.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I have to be cautious on how I approach these topics, because it's, in some ways, it's not my topic. I think it's women who should go the full mile here. But it does bother me a little bit. I have to admit this. Let me own this. Let me own it so I can get dragged all over the internet. It bothers me a little bit because I feel like women are looking to men to save them. And
well, I think that
I don't know why.
men have been sort of cultivated to thinking that that's part of what can make them more desirable if they're powerful enough and successful enough that they can have that to do. But I agree with you in that we women have been sort of, and I'm, listen, I'm Gen X, and this was shoved down our throats big time. But as a person who's lived a while, I can tell you life is a lot easier, and you get a lot more if you can put it together instead of it just being you. And if you can put it together with a person who is more successful and is behind you and wants to see you thrive, then you win. So the idea that you have to have a man for all these things, I disagree. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we're having two different conversations. We're having one camp that's saying decenter men and go your own way and use men as tools. And then you have another group of women who are saying, I don't do coffee dates. I don't do 50-50, soft life for me. Those two things cannot both coexist, not really without contradiction. And so
no, I think they can. I think
so how is it that you can be, how can you be like, I want a provider man, but I'm not going to buy into these patriarchal standards? Where is this unicorn that is going to do that?
You're assuming they're the same people.
Okay, fair enough.
I think there are some women, like, and that's what you're saying though. Choice, right? I think some women want to be career driven, some women want to be a trad wife, some women want to be 50-50, some women want to be feminist and hate men, some women want to be feminist with men. Like I think that there's a plethora of sort of ways in which you can, and I don't know this, but instead of being woman, can say human. There's many ways in which you can be human, and just find the other humans that are in sync with that which you want.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Can you be anti, and this is just a question, because honestly, you guys, audience, I really don't care. I'm in my own lane. I don't care. I want you guys to win. I really want you guys to win whatever you decide to do. I'm not trying to. I have absolutely no interest in influencing you one way or another. But I wanted to say this: like, if you are dissentering men and you believe that patriarchy should not exist, and I think that there are legitimate reasons for women to believe that, then how can not going 50-50, wanting a provider and being hypergamous go along with not centering men and getting your own stuff? Where are the men that are going to volunteer for an anti-patriarchal woman who wants the perks of it, but won't give him what he needs? Like, honestly, here, what I'm saying is that, like, in both camps, you got to have some empathy. Like, why would a man who's capable of doing that want to be with a woman who says, I'm decentering you, but you need to give me all the perks of patriarchy so I can get it, but then you can't get any benefit of it? What human being would want to do that? Why would they make themselves vulnerable to just be basically exploited? How can those two things exist, Themis? It's one or the other. And listen, I'm having conversations with women.
No, but it feels like you're saying it's one or the other, and you're making that like one woman, where it's like a bunch of women have.
Because it's coming from. I'll give you an example. It's in some cases it is coming from one woman. So I had a conversation with a woman who is very much progressive, believes in not centering men, does not want patriarchy to exist at all, but also thinks it's possible to live soft life, have a man provide for her, not pay 50-50, and get the perks. How?
Well,
girl, how? Like, who is this man? Because I need to know who he is so I can try to steal him.
You don't want to.
So it's basically, you be the modern woman and I will give you all the perks of patriarchy. It's either you got to choose a side.
No, I know people like this. I know people in relationships like this.
My point. That's my point.
It exists. It exists. There are men who are almost feminists who want to do away with patriarchy and also want to provide for women or the people that they're with without any cost to it. Like, they're like, I believe that we're equal, but I also believe that I should open the door for you. I also don't believe in 50-50. I want to provide for you. I don't want you to have to work, but if you choose to work, you can. But also, you should decenter, man. You should center yourself, and I will care for you that way. Yes, they exist.
Yes, they exist, and I date them. They exist, and I date them. But I'm not going to use, like, those guys are not in abundance. Can we at least agree on that?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
They're just
someone said, are they straight? I don't know.
It's like, so how can both these things exist if we? And so my whole thing is, know what it is that you want, but don't live in delusion. Like, don't say, okay, I'm going to decenter men, but I want all the perks of soft life and being a sugar baby. Like, what?
Yeah, but I feel like when you say decenter men, that means a lot of different things. And that's what I want.
That's a tagline. That's a tagline that we're using. But just saying, basically, I'm not going to let my entire existence be about how I can capture the male gaze. However, when I do capture the male gaze, I want it to benefit me. I'm all on board on that. But my whole thing is this, that it's contradictory for the men. There are men like that who do exist that say, I want to help you and I'm not going to participate in the patriarchy. I want you to win. I want you to succeed and I will help you. But to say that all men are going to be to buy into that,
Well, no one would say
it's just
all
not,
men, though. I think it would
or
be the
even a
minority.
significant amount. I feel like there's a lot of like in my circle, there's men who exist like that are like that. They're enlightened and they do exist. But from what I see on social media, I don't really believe that there are a lot more men like that
But that's
that
the
are going to
point,
have
though.
that
Like,
kind of
I
enlightenment.
feel
And
like
then at what point?
so much of like the conversation again. Let's read some super chats too. I just realized you're piling up. So much of the conversation around even BWE, Black Women Empowerment, is about how much of you have to change to get a man, and it's like.
Well, not
when I hear
BWE. BWE is about reciprocation. BWE started with a core question. With all of the things that Black women were doing for the community, what were they getting back? It was not about the men. That was the core fundamental thing, that was the question that we were asking.
I think that, and my opinion doesn't matter, obviously, but it does. It seems sad when I see women who have so much to offer to the world prioritize men. Like I'm sorry, like that's, and I don't. Even in the same way, I think men, I feel like when y'all come together, you come together and you do the best and you try to make it work and you both invest in your relationship. But when you're not together, I don't think so much of your time should be spent trying to get the man. But I realize that's not my place to tell you, because in my mind, I would much rather my daughter be extremely alone, but can provide for herself and care for herself and not going through all kinds
Me
of
too.
stress being in a
Absolutely.
relationship.
Absolutely.
But if
Somebody
you
in
get a
the chat
relationship,
said,
fine.
Josh said in the chat, original BWE was not male centered at all. It was absolutely not. We weren't centering men in the least. We were just asking these questions. Why are Black women giving so much to this community and we get nothing? Why is it that we are responsible and the designated survivors to stay when the men can do whatever?
Yeah,
It
you
was
know what?
about
Someone said something else, and I think they were like trying to drag me, but it's actually an important statement. Someone said, "How can Themis tell women what to do?" After I just said I wasn't telling women what to do when he doesn't have a womb. And you are correct, actually. I don't have a womb. So if your womb makes you want to do and whatever, do it. I am not here to tell you to stop, to not engage. Please note, I am here when you want to bounce ideas around. Go out and make your own decisions. I would never feel like it is my place to tell women who you say have wombs to go out into the world and engage in some, I don't know, I don't care, about sort of how you engage in the world. Just know when you come into this space, you're free to be vulnerable to the extent that you want to be. I find it odd though that so many people just spend so much time and wasted energy trying to be more and give more in order to attract someone. And it's just like, just be yourself. And if you are truly yourself and a man comes around and you guys get together off of being yourself and not trying to attract, then it feels like that's more appropriate and that relationship is more simpatico. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't give relationship advice, so wrong place. Wrong place.
Listen, people are going to have different opinions based on their own personal experiences, but I will just say this. I want Black women to win, and I want them to have real choices. I don't want them to have no choice and the illusion of choice. I want them to actually know what their choices are. And you, to your point, Themis, you said that just because you don't know the choices are there doesn't mean they don't exist. What I want for Black girls and women is to know that the choices are out there and that they exist. Right now, I think we're operating on basically one choice, and we're marketing it as empowering when we're not really factoring all of those other choices.
Yeah.
So that's all that I'm saying. You guys, I'm not trying to get you to be with some dusty ass men, whether white, Black, or ever. I ain't trying to get you barefoot in the kitchen, you know, broken alone. Like, if you think that that's what I'm doing after 13 years, if you believe that, I there's no hope for you. Bless your heart, honey.
But
I want all of y'all to win. Okay?
In the way you just agree with me, I will agree with you too, and say that I do believe that you do need to know about your options. I think it's important. Like, the choices exist, but if you don't know them, what good are they?
Exactly.
So I do actually appreciate that perspective. And let's read some super chat. We haven't even finished the Ebony K thing. I hope you can stay for a bit longer, please.
I can stay for about 5 more minutes, but I just want to say like she's not wrong, but she's doing the same thing that they did with Gen X, and they're trying to get us to be hyper focused on Black men who aren't interested in like that. And if you're telling Black women one thing and telling Black men another, then you're setting Black women up to fail. So go ahead and say the super chats, but that's my verdict on that.
Yeah. In college age, the time when bandits acquire the most disease and baby mamas. JDB, thank you, sir, and has been a member for 15 months. Thank you so much for being a member. I'm Zachary, has been a member for 1 month, says that is why I'm in right now. If I'm going to be with a man making more than me, might as well meet the real big pay gap. 2000 isn't big. Let them fail math. Threshold. 2 L's, you're in timeout. You are in timeout. All right. I am Zachary. Says, ladies, date out. If we're going to have pay gaps, might as well go where the gap
right. I mean, like, literally, ladies, go with the winners. If you're going to be cultivated into getting an education and career and to be a high earner, don't look back and don't reach down. Don't look back. Don't reach down. Move around. And while you're in college, know what it is you want. And at the very least, date around. You may not be co-signing and get married in college. It is pretty young. I agree. But I've coached women who have just been on the career and college track, and they have no dating experience, and they're 35. Don't be that girl. I'm telling you to move around so you can figure out what it is that you want. You might get lucky and find the neuroscientist in college. Girl, what are you complaining about? If you find them, good. So I'm saying don't discount all of these things. Like, 2 things can exist at the same time. You can want to win and be successful in what you do and be self-sufficient. And you can also want a man who is doing well, doing as good or better than you, who wants to provide for you. Those 2 things can coexist. They can. My whole thing is that you've got to be able to toggle it. And I think that I'm going to be totally honest. I did a poll, Themis, on my channel, and it was, I think, about 900 people who responded. And y'all can say whatever you want, but 37% said they wanted patriarchy to end. But a vast majority of 63% said, while it has its issues, I still have some benefit. 63% of you said that you get benefit from patriarchy.
Look, a lot of people want patriarchy, and a lot of people want to destroy patriarchy. The issue I have with destroying it is let's talk about what's next.
And what's next, I'm going to say real quick, what's next is, it's not going to be a matriarchy, because men are never going to see to women in that way where we can be 100% in charge. And I don't even think that's what people who want patriarchy to be overthrown want. They want a more cooperative type of template of philosophy. But understand, when it's cooperative, 50-50 is not off the table. When it's cooperative, that's what it's going to be. And
I mean,
if it's cooperative, if you get rid of patriarchy, because the argument I get is, I want men to stop being harmful, and patriarchy facilitates this. The reason why men are harmful is not necessarily because of patriarchy. It's because of biology. They've got testosterone. So because of this, just because you get rid of the system doesn't get rid of the violence. And so what will happen in a more cooperative society is that those men are not going to, the 12, the few men who have been cultivated to be chivalrous and protective are going to feel like we're in a cooperative society. It's not my obligation to protect you.
It sounds like you're pro-patriarchy.
No, I'm just saying that you need to understand that if you want to overthrow a system, if you want to be revolutionary, you have to factor into, when you get what you want, what's it going to look like?
I don't think
a lot of times revolutionaries want to fight to overthrow a system, but once the system is overthrown, there's nothing viable to put in its place, and sometimes it's even worse.
To be fair though, I don't think people like when they're like overthrow the patriarchy. I think most people just want to be safe.
But you understand that without patriarchy, men will still be violent.
Yes, I don't think
patriarchy is not what makes men violent.
Yes, it's not. But the ideas around manhood and how we should show up in the world does have an amplifying effect on something that is already biological.
I'm saying patriarchy gave the space for it to be okay. That is true. But the nature of men, the testosterone, that hormone, those aggressions, the way that the male brain is wired, is going to be the same with whatever system is in place or not.
Yes.
And I'm just saying that if this is, I just want women.
No. But
I'm out of this. I'm not in the game anymore.
Wait, I'm not disagreeing. Like, I'm not talking about overthrowing patriarchy or not overthrowing patriarchy at all, right? But within a patriarchy, there is a kind of man that we should all we should try to become, right? In some ways, it is the alpha man, right? It is there are some markers around what manhood should look like. And to pretend that the socialization of men does not impact the outcome seems odd, because you can socialize something very different. When we think about Victorian London, or the gentleman era, right? Where being a man meant that you were poised, that you were articulate, that you were well dressed, that you owned things, right? The idea of the gentleman was so prominent that people who became completely, like, not useless in terms of physical strength, but it became a very specific way of showing up. This was still patriarchal, but I'm saying that there can be ideas around manhood that either tweak the ways our biology show up, or reinforces what some call our nature. And I don't think we should disregard the social impact of whatever it is that the optimal man should be, and that sort of impact on young men and how they grow up in sort of violence. But I just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah. So were there laws in place that made it okay for men to be violent? Absolutely. That's patriarchy.
Yeah.
But if you eliminate the safeguards from that, you're still going to have. Let me just say this: in the absence of patriarchy, do you think that? Let's just talk about it. We're all Black here. You think Black men are going to be more safe? Or you think they're going to be less violent towards Black women if patriarchy doesn't exist?
You want to know something interesting?
You think they're going to be like?
No,
it's a serious question. Do
I
you
don't
think
know.
that that's going to happen?
So I don't know is the answer, but my inclination is to say no, it won't change our behaviors. However, I think in some ways, white patriarchy excludes Black men because most of us cannot measure up to what it takes to fully participate in patriarchy. In the way.
What about patriarchy in Africa? I mean, isn't patriarchy in Africa pretty much modeled around white patriarchy?
Yeah, one could make that argument.
I mean, it's there's 52 something countries in Africa run by Black men that model their patriarchy based on white patriarchy.
Yeah, I don't remember the question anymore.
The question was, can Black men practice white patriarchy? And the answer is to look to China and see that that's exactly what they're doing.
So, I don't think.
In fact, it's a regressive form of white patriarchy.
So
I mean,
don't think
if Black women can still have to take giant canisters, clay vases to a well because there's no infrastructure for them to have water coming out of the sink, and that man, she's carrying this 50-pound water bottle and her 2 babies on the front and the back, and he gets to walk in front with his staff. Isn't that patriarchy? And are Black women benefiting in that situation? Are Black women benefiting from genital mutilation? Are Black women benefiting from the binary class system of either in Africa where they're either you're rich and you get everything, or you're poor and you don't even have a street and you don't even shoes to walk on? These men are practicing white patriarchy.
I mean, they're practicing some kind of patriarchy. However, I don't think, and I think this might be a bigger conversation.
I've been accused of being xenophobic, which is so funny. Okay, whatever. I'm done. I gotta go. I'm done. Like, listen. I understand when I was your age, I thought people who are my age didn't have any idea what they were talking about. I just thought they were all so out of touch, but that's okay.
No, I don't think you're out of touch, and I don't even think your ideas are wrong or right. I would like, because like the chat is currently dragging me. They're saying I don't know.
Oh no, they're dragging me too. We're in good company.
So, so I think
there's one girl in particular who's like, "Get out of here."
So that's not like, I think one of the things that I appreciate with the chat is that they don't think they should and have to agree with me. And I really do like that. So I don't try to censor them particularly when they're attacking me. Please don't attack Pink Pill, right? So
that's okay, they can. It's fine. I don't care.
So the thing that I care about, right? Whenever the ideas around patriarchy comes up, I don't go blank because like I understand, I went to school and studied the literature. But more fundamental is the idea that we as human beings tend to operate as parasites on the earth, right? And if patriarchy is any indication of where we are going, it seems extraordinarily toxic, not just to women, but to men, but more importantly, to the world at large. When it is to conquer, take over, destroy, it seems to come from a very parasitic sort of part of the human nature, and I don't appreciate that. So it wouldn't be a conversation about patriarchy for me. It is a conversation about how we engage in the world in a more convivial way, where it's not just about treating women better, but treating yourself better, treating children better, treating the earth better, right? And not really just looking to take and take and take and take. It feels very violent. And maybe that violence is what we are characterizing as patriarchy. If so, then I'm completely against it. And so that's the kind of analysis that I do. But then I really think about whether or not women would benefit from this kind of world. And I do think they would. I think men would also. And maybe that these men who want to rest in their femininity, maybe this is the world where they should go, where they're like, instead of thinking like, let me leave that alone because I don't want to go back to the light bill thing because I'm going to drag. But I do get your point. I get your point. I think a lot of women want to feel safe. A lot of women have been taught that men are the ones who are going to keep you safe. So get a husband who protects the house, and they're always online talking about how, who is going to protect you? I have to put my life in at risk to save you. And women bought into that for better or worse, usually for worse. The back end of that the back end of that is, who are they protecting you from?
Right.
Men.
So that's a very interesting thing. So did you hear about the business onder in Baltimore? She's a white woman. She launched some business, and she was in the 40 under 40 on Forbes, very successful, had a black boyfriend, and her boyfriend was over at her house when she was attacked by another black man, was R-worded and murked, and he was tied up. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that the idea that men can protect you from other men is really a very weak argument. And aside from that, there is such thing as the great equalizer, and it's called a 9mm, or it's a AK, whatever. I don't have a gun yet, but I'm planning on getting one. We have the great equalizer, and we live in a society where we don't need for men to dig ditches and build houses with their hands. We don't live in that society anymore. So that's not really necessary. I don't know why men who want to reinforce patriarchy are using that as an argument of, well, we're stronger because we can build ditches. Well, guess what? We've got bulldozers now that dig ditches. Like any type of manual labor, at some point, robots will take that over. We don't need that kind of brawn anymore. What we do need is a different type of protection and care that it seems like men don't really understand how to do that.
Yeah.
Like they're not able. We don't need the protection and care like we needed when we were out in the tundra. We need a different kind that I don't think that men are really able to adapt to that. And that's where we're suffering. I do have to go, but I will say this for all of you that whether you agree with me or not, I want you to win. I'm kind of out of this. Whatever choice I make, it doesn't contribute to this. I'm not getting married for the first time. I'm not looking to have any children. I've already done that. I'm just telling you, I want you to do better than me, and I want you to do better than my generation. I want you to do better, and I want you to navigate. And I also don't want you to fall into the trap. Please listen to me when I say this. Don't fall into the trap of thinking that you doing everything is empowering. Please don't fall into the trap that it's somehow great for you to take on everything. And when you choose a mate, he should be your help. And yes, you should.
He should be a helpmate.
He should help you. Exactly. He should help you. Every man in your life, let me tell you something. Here's a question that you should ask yourself. every man that you encounter, ask yourself how that man can help you. If your only response is, I know how it can help him, but you don't know how he can help you, you need to move on. Every man should be at a place where you feel like you can benefit. I
They
don't
can
care
pay more
what
than
it
the light bill.
is. Every single man, if you can't say to yourself, I can benefit from a man from X way, then you don't need to waste your time. I want you to win. Ladies, please win. You guys have a great evening. I'm going to go. I'm not high yet on mushrooms, but I'm about to be. So I got to go. I want you to win. And Themis, I love you. And thank
Love
you.
We're
for
gonna
giving me this
do
space.
something next week, right?
Definitely.
All right.
I think it's definitely worth talking about more.
Oh, let me know how your trip goes.
All right. Bye, sweetie. I love you.
Love
Bye.
you more. Bye.
Bye.
Before we continue, let me refresh by saying I don't disagree necessarily with Pink Pill. And I am not a woman. So please, I do say this with all sincerity. Do not take my words for sort of advice or anything to live by. Push back, come up. When I drop the link, come up, drag me. It's completely fine. My perspective, I hope, is objective and logical. That is all I'm saying. And one of the most amazing things that I've seen, and I praise Black women for, is the fact that they do show up and get these degrees, get these jobs, and do well. And it does bother me a lot when those things are juxtaposed against a man, because I've seen other races of men praise Black women for these innovation, wanting to date Black women for these innovation. Actually, some of the most powerful Black and mixed Black women in America are dating outside of their race. Two, I'm thinking about two in my mind right now. And I think part of that is because other groups might appreciate, and I hope this is not true. I really hope this is not true. But I think you should go where you're appreciated. I don't think you should limit yourselves in order to get a man. I don't think you should limit your potential in order to get a man. I don't think you should bend yourself into pretzels trying to appease someone's ego. If they don't measure up, they just don't measure up, and it is what it is. But that's my opinion. Don't take that and do anything with it. That's just how I feel about all of it. And I have to preface it by telling you not to take my words as gospel, but I would much rather see Black women single and living a good life where they can engage, as opposed to trying desperately to appease men who don't see their value. Now, the best and most optimal outcome for women who want relationship is for them to be performing optimally and their husbands or partners to also be performing optimally, and they come together and create whatever life they want to create together. But if it is the choice between what we currently have and you learning to be more submissive, learning to cater more to these men, I'm good. Like I don't want to see it, but if that's what you want, that's what you want. And I can't tell you not to want that. But I will tell you to get those degrees. I will tell you to get those jobs. I will tell you that in a capitalist society, if people can only pay a light bill, if men are literally online telling you they can only pay a light bill, maybe you shouldn't be working so hard to get them. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Also, I really feel like we can't have this conversation without noting that Black women have a way higher standard of perceived sexual purity to deserve being wife or committed to. White women can snug a provider at any body count. Yeah, no, this is true. Like, can you imagine if we were supposed to make Kim Kardashian Black? Do you think, and maybe you don't, if she had a sex tape, a Black woman, you think she's gonna get a billionaire rapper who is going to then help her to become a billionaire herself. Like, I don't know, but I do actually think you're right. And this idea that like you're going to have to try so hard and be so perfect to even be considered by certain groups, which is your own group, by the way. I don't think that's worth it. I do actually think opening your option is like literally one of the best ways to go about life. I do believe that. I do fundamentally believe that. But I start at the basis of we're all supposed to be single. I start there. I literally start there. But I know not everyone wants to be. I don't want to be single, but I've learned that I do better single because these people. Thank you, Adrian. Y'all not gonna ruin my peace. And I can cry today and be fine tomorrow. There are plenty of lonely married women, though. Period. Let them know, because let them know. Chrissy has been a member for. Oh, you're a new member. Welcome. Appreciate that. We start the debate. Oh my God, let's continue watching Ebony. I'm going to read some more super chats. I'm going to read 5 more and then continue watching Ebony. The agenda to try to force Black women to settle for a king feels like a game of dodgeball. Even though my mom is male worshipping, one thing she did give me is the confidence plus knowledge that other race of men were an option for me. Not only Black men, best experience has been interracial for me. Good for you. I'm happy. However, love shows up for you once it is good to you and once you are happy, I think it's fine. And don't let anyone tell you that you have to sit and wait for people to develop. Decenter man, use your life energy to discover your gift, which the world needs. Agreed. Agreed. Thank you, the voice of reason. The goal in college is to graduate and obtain postgraduate job or postgraduate education. Let the dust settle wherever it falls and leave it. Period. 2L. If you. So I don't know this for a fact. I don't like talking about energies or anything like that. But I found out that I can sense desperation. I don't like desperation. So I feel like other people don't like desperation either. I don't like a desperate person, man, woman, child. I don't care. I don't. When the energetic. When the energetic vacuum is sucking you in because it's so needy and it needs you and it just want to grab onto you and hold you and squeeze you, I'm like, okay, girl, I'm done. And that is a kind of anxious attachment style, wish I had. I literally am just now getting over it. I think I'm more secure. But I think a lot of us, I had to have to break in some areas to learn to be by yourself and stand in our own power. I won't get into this because it's very recent that I realize how important it is to be alone and really focus on yourself. But no one want to hear that. No one want to hear that. But please note, people don't like desperation. Being desperate is not cute. Being desperate is definitely not cute. Nope. In college, I was working 2 jobs and going to school. All my friends were baby mamas. I didn't see any Black men in my classes. The Black man I did see on campus was with non-Black Black women. Black women can't make men settle down. And with that, I'm going to leave that on the screen so we can go back to Ebony.
Thus, their optionality of women is always expanding.
Yup.
And the exact opposite is true for Black women.
Yup. Kevin Samuels tried to tell you.
Doesn't matter how much money we accumulate, our degrees or professional accolades.
He tried to tell you.
The reality is that our marriage and partnership market value is depreciating with every passing year.
Kevin Samuels tried to tell you. Now, Eboni K Williams is telling you the same.
So y'all gonna sit here and try to convince me that men are just more attractive when they get older. That's what y'all. So, so wait. Let's forget. Let's forget Ebony K Williams for a minute. Y'all really gonna sit down there in the chat and tell me that you believe this on this? All right. Period. Period. Because women don't have eyes. Women don't have eyes. And so they don't see what we see. All right, period. I don't even want to hear this, man, because we need to get, because Ebony K Williams definitely. Ebony K Williams definitely went on the Breakfast Club to go talk about this, because this seems all pre planned to me. This all seemed pre-planned to go viral. That's what I think was happening. Give Ebony a pass. She's on a fertility journey. It's easy to think the grass is greener on the other side of the path she's on. Truth is, anything is better than being with a dusty inculting after. Actually, Gia, thank you. I actually truly appreciate this comment for the grass is greener part. I think a lot of people make the comment that, oh, if you had children, your life would be filled. No, with joy or whatever. No, that's not true. A lot of people think that they're sad because they don't have children. And then a lot of people with children are like, oh, I wish I didn't have children. The truth is that black hole inside of all of us is not about to be filled with anything. We're going to have to learn to deal with it. I meditate and go into it and enjoy it and be like, there's a lot of need here. I'm not going to go online and just buy random things. I'm not just going to have a child because I want joy in my life. You are not going to do enough physical labor or things to make that thing inside of you, what that feels like you need something else, go away. It is going to always be there. And anyone who is trying to tell you, oh, you have to have a child and you have to get married before you're 25, they don't like you. They're not looking for the best for you. Most people don't even know who they are until they're in their 30s. What do you mean? Like that's the part that I don't like. Most people, I'm not putting that comment on the screen. Most people don't even know who they are. And I'm not saying you're not supposed to figure out what makes you happy or try to find relationship. I'm saying you don't know. But here's Ebony K Williams, and she's out here. She went on the Breakfast Club, and I didn't like the conversation, but I'm going to play it. Thank you, G. I appreciate that. Let's hear some of the conversation. Let me skip through.
Good. It's really, God is good.
I would say this, every time we have a conversation, we're always not going to agree, but you're always invited up here regardless. I mean, we're not going to agree on everything, but the best thing about us is just having a conversation. So never think that you can't come up here for something you say. No, that's what these conversations and these platforms are about.
I'm half playing, but it's a good point, and it's worth saying out loud. So I appreciate that.
And I love you, sister. I don't want you to think I don't love you. I love you for real. It's I appreciate family. Everything that you do. Absolutely.
And it's just like anything else. You go hardest in the pain with your fam. So
yes, in the pain.
I'll start with what I disagree with.
Well, Kim, first for people that don't know, you want to play the clip of what went viral, so people understand that.
The reality is that our marriage and partnership market value is depreciating with every passing year. No matter how good we look, no matter how fit we are, men are still seeing primarily our presumed dwindling fertility as a knock against us. So here's my advice. If you are a young Black woman in college, and you know in your heart and in your head that you want to prioritize family, I suggest that you simultaneously pursue that MRS degree right along with that BA or JD. Because the handful of Black college-age men that actually...
All right. This is why that advice doesn't make sense. If you're a college-age woman in college, and you're pursuing your degree, and you know in your heart and in your head that you want to be married, what do you think these women are doing? I'm sure some of them are saying they'll wait or whatever, but most women, and it only applies to those who want it. So if you don't want it, it doesn't apply. The people who want it, I don't think they're just sitting there saying, I want it. I think they want it and they're acting in ways to get it, but maybe the ways in which they're trying to get it isn't good, right? Maybe they don't know how to do it. And that's probably what you should tell them. The problem is no one is about to tell them how, because no one really knows how. And that for me is my problem. That's my problem. Like everyone is like, "Oh, you should try to get your man." How? Tell these women, please tell these women how they are supposed to get these men to propose to them. Tell them, like, please give them the game. Don't just tell them that they should try to get these men. That is useless. I am sure if they want to be married and they prioritize marriage, because you said that's the only people you're talking to, I'm sure they want it and they're acting in ways to get it, but their ways aren't good enough. So please tell them how they can get men to propose to them. I feel like our time would be better spent if there were actual advice being given about how you can get these men to commit to them. Because the second part, now that I'm going to play, the next part of what you're saying is the problem. All right, let's hear what the next.
Actually do desire to get married soon, and they do share that value system, and family is a priority for them too. Y'all, that is an incredibly small pool, and it's shrinking as you get older. And by the time you reach my age, 40, you will be faced with different choices relating to life partnership and motherhood.
So I think.
So you're in a school with very few men in comparison to you. No matter what she's like, literally, this doesn't make sense. This does not make sense. No matter how much we're isolating this to Black, no matter how much you learn, no matter how good the advice is to get these men to propose to you, you still won't be proposed to. You want to know why? Because there's not enough of them. Like there's not. The pool dwindles in her mind as you get older and you become more and more successful if you're only looking to these men. But even within the school that she's talking about, there's not enough. So even if every Black woman who go to school decide, you know what, I want to get married, let me go find a Black man, where are you going to find him? Where are you going to find him? Where will you find him? That does not make sense. The advice literally has to be for more men to go to school from the Black community so that the women can find you then. And then you can talk about how women should engage. If there is not men in the school, how are you going to find them? How are you going to get men that don't exist to propose to you? How? That don't make sense. If there's like one guy for every 5 women, 4 of them won't get... Like, what do you mean? What do you like? This don't make no sense. The conversation about the bus driver, and then you saying men need to go to school, and C's won't cut it, only A's will cut it. That's the same conversation you should be having here. It is the same conversation. These women don't have options. The stat is saying these women don't have options. What you're doing is you're creating an environment where these women will be competing with each other for the one man, and the one man get to use them all up. That's what you're doing. Unless you make it more competitive for men in the university, the women will continue to compete and the men will continue to have their access and disregard and use and abuse and impregnate and leave. And that's what's going to happen. If there's not enough men in these schools, then your idea that women should try to get married then only works for few women significant portion of those women who go to school will still not have a relationship. And that is assuming that the men in universities will try to marry them when these women try to marry these men. Again, there's very few men. So even if all the men decide, okay, I will take one black woman, there will be a significant amount of black women who would still go unmarried. So that doesn't work. But how are you going to convince those men to select those women? How are you going to do that? How? Oh, I just described your dad. As long as black women continue to believe that educated men are the most marriageable or equivalent to their own education, the pool of men any race will continue to stay small and get even smaller. This is actually true. This is true. If you believe that the person you should date should be educated, currently, there's not enough of them. So what's the solution? The solution is to get men in school. The solution is to get more men in school. And if you sit down there, tell me these men don't have to go to school because they can become entrepreneur, you can log out now. Just go ahead and log out. Log out if you believe that these men shouldn't go to school because they can become entrepreneurs. Go ahead and log out for me. You just described, oh, I've read this. Thank you. I'm Zachary says, decentering men is about not making your entire existence about men. You are not a man's background character in his life. You can have both. He can take care of you without you giving up your existence. That's, by the way, how I interpret decentering men. That's how I interpret it. That's how I interpret it. Thank you. Because, like, what? I'm tired of talking about men. Same. It's kind of wild how the chat has devolved into homophobic and biphobic dog whistle. Like, y'all know that's also the patriarchy, right? Look, I don't really watch the chat and like part of, how do I put this? It feels like homophobia is deeply entrenched in the Black community. And then it bubbles up when people are upset. Someone actually came up here and called me an FAG. I think her name was China. I already forgive you. Please don't worry. You're fine. I think I unblocked you also. Like, I've forgiven you. It's fine. Homophobia for me is the lowest form of existence. And if you have power over me or in my vicinity, then it becomes a problem. I don't engage with people I think are I'm gonna leave that alone. It doesn't bother me. Homophobia bothers me, but it is what it is. A lot of Black women will fight if you tell her to decenter her light bill paying. Demus, there's a little girl who looks just like you. Paris, the sweater, one of the sisters. She who has your face. Jefferson Sisters official. I always wanted to share that. It's uncanny. Oh, I remember why I saved this, because I wanted to put it up and look them up later. I will look this up. I'm Zachary says, BS, women's testosterone is high AF during our periods, yet you don't see us going on violence sprees monthly. Be for real. It's boys will be boys pack. Yeah. And I think how do I put this? We should not excuse bad behavior from men saying that it is just their testosterone and we can't expect better. No, we have to demand better and more if we want better and more. I don't think we should give people, what is the phrase? Cut slacks? I don't know. Give people the benefit of the doubt when it comes to how they show up and how they interact. No, standards, expectations, and boundaries, and keep them. Keep them. Absolutely keep them. Let's continue. Can you block? So he's a bandit. Wait, I'm gonna drop the link in a moment. And if when I call people out, if they're chatting in the chat and they don't come up, then they get blocked. I'm waiting for the articulation in enumeration of what women understand that men don't concerning the place of men in today's society. I will reject anything that say men are natural leaders. I'm sorry. I'm not about to sit here and say because you were born XY. Like I don't believe I don't believe anyone is a natural leader. I think that's something you develop. That's something you have to cultivate. So if y'all want to go submit to someone just because you're a man or just because you're whatever, go do that. But please note that you have to be tested and verified before you become any kind of leader in my book.
I think, all right, so breaking it down into what I agree and what I disagree with. So the disagreeing for me came with the starting with the infertility and the market value, the appreciating. So with the infertility, I know I said this yesterday, some stuff is science, right? You can't get around that. But I feel like when you start with that and you lead with that, it then makes people get defensive and they don't even hear the rest of it. I know when I first listened to it, I was like, oh God, this is going to be another one of those conversations where like someone's telling me as a woman, by the time you get this age, your life is over. And you know, when you're like trying to figure things out and you're like, I'm 31 years old, right? Like I'm recently out of a very long relationship.
I heard.
You want to feel, not I heard,
Charlemagne.
Charlemagne.
Pause. That's also important. When people are putting the pressure on you to maintain a relationship, to get married, to force these men into marrying you, what do you think that does in a relationship? It makes you desperate. It makes you hold on for way too long. It makes you not have standards. It makes you do things that you would normally do to keep someone. It makes you accept things and behaviors that you shouldn't be accepting. I don't believe in preaching this message. The power imbalance, the power differential is too great. And I don't think it is right, particularly if in fact there is like this biological need that women have to be paired with men. If that is true, I don't believe it, but someone said I don't have a womb, and I do agree I don't. I worry that you give up too much of your power in pursuit of things that aren't that great for you. And by things I mean these relationships. And dissecting a lot of relationships I thought were great and realizing they were toxic is really sad. But it's hard to not take on the mantle of giving advice, but please note, I am not trying to give advice. I'm trying to critique something that I think is toxic. If you believe these kinds of conversation, you're going to ignore some of the requirements about school and education, and then you start slipping into Tyler Perry land where you are accepting people who can only pay the light bill. And that's a problem, not just for you, but for the children that you're potentially bringing up in these environments. I'm saying too long in this because, like, I literally have a lot more to discuss.
Jesus Christ!
And I think
you're talking about professionally,
professionally and personally.
Okay.
And only because that's
and what are your personal goals? Just so we're clear, do you want marriage?
My
and
personal
children?
goals. I want marriage.
And that
I want
nuclear
children. Yes.
Family foundation.
I want all of that.
Great.
I don't even have a number of kids. Once we start, we start. I just want to have twins first.
We're not going to get into the minutiae of that.
But
you want to be a mother.
I would.
Okay.
I'm going to be an amazing mom. But I just feel like when you lead with the stuff that you lead with, it instantly turns the conversation negative. And for someone like me who is watching and learning and listening to you, it makes it where now I am defensive. I don't want to watch, listen, and learn. I don't hear the rest of what you're saying. So now I'm not being taught. And I should feel like I can listen to you and learn from you and not feel like you're the op, right? And that's...
If I were, well, I wouldn't have said this, but Ebony K Williams' response is that's not my problem. If your response to me when you bring me on a show is that you couldn't listen to what I have to say because of how it made you feel, then I don't have anything to answer to you for. because it sounds like you didn't listen to me. And I wish she didn't say this and she had point by point issues, because you're bringing her on to discuss these issues. I wish you had point by point issues to address her, as opposed to talking about her tone. That's my issue with this.
It's how it starts off when you instantly are telling me everything negative about what I already am facing every single day. And I think that that's a big part of it too, is like when you put certain truths in front of people, it hurts. People don't want to hear it. Sure. But beyond that, like, you can't get around the infertility. The second thing was the market value, right? I don't agree. Like, I don't know where you were at 31, but for me, I feel like I'm just now getting to the space where, like, the people that I'm able to, or not even able to, but the people that I'm dating, the life experiences that I'm experiencing that are teaching me what I want, what I don't want, I'm right now in the best space that I've ever been in. And that wasn't me in college. I didn't know what I wanted in college. I didn't know who I was in college. I seen nothing, haven't done anything. I didn't agree with that. Mm-hmm. But
so,
go ahead.
Let's just, because you put two big ones out, and let's break them down before we get ahead of ourselves. Okay, so you're 31 years old, a college-educated woman, enjoying a very successful career in a high-profile space. I'm gonna put my hands together for all of that. Now, when I say market value depreciating, Lauren, did you hear what I said before that? Did you hear the specificity of the particular marketplace I'm speaking about?
No, which was that?
Okay, so I want to just go back actually to your first point, Lauren, which I think you are conceding that you had a reaction to my commentary that was so visceral in nature that you actually shut down your listening comprehension skills.
Yeah.
You said that.
Yeah.
Okay, so because of that though, right? I'm not going to sit in a posture of ownership because you made a choice.
So I see people are mad at Ebony for her response. I see nothing wrong with her response here. If you're going to bring me here and you're going to tell me, oh, I don't know what you said, then why am I here? I'm not going to feel bad because you made a choice not to listen to what I had to say. Hey, V, welcome, welcome, welcome. Like, I'm not going to do that. And that annoyed me because at this moment, I realized that she was not the right person to have the conversation with Ebony. Now, that's the problem. This is not the conversation. Like, no.
To be limited in the way in which you received and processed the information. Now, you are a grown woman and you have autonomy over what you choose to consume and what you choose to not consume. So when I was giving the advice, the strategy, the game, putting, certain people up on some game, I'm talking to a very limited pool of young Black ladies, the ones that are currently in school or immediately following school or graduate school. And then the other caveat, I'll say, the other place this information is in real time relevant to are the mothers or even the fathers of those young women. That's who this is for. So this is actually not even applicable to you, Lauren. No, let me finish.
No,
right?
No,
I have to finish because
wait,
wait.
No, wait. Hold on.
I have to finish my thought.
I just want to wait before you finish your thought. Okay. I just want to let's rewind a little bit because I also think too, the reason why people also, because not just me or the people, because even the people it's meant for, I'm sure some of them did the same exact thing as well
and
too,
some
right?
did not.
Right, and some did not.
And some did not.
Right.
Because you read all the comments, right?
Yeah, I did.
And
but what I think,
really
what I think happens
that.
is with you, and I saying this in the most respectful way, I think that the way that you approach things, like even this conversation right now, it can make, it does that. It dilutes.
All right, so I'm going to stop this here. All you need to know from this part is that it does not make any sense to have this conversation where you're saying, oh, you made me feel bad. Like, it does not make sense that that's where you're having the conversation from. And it's weird because this is the first time Charlemagne and DJ Envy stepped out and was like, oh, this is a women's conversation, so I'm going to let them have it. And she seemed ill-prepared to have the conversation. There was a tender moment between the two women that happened during the show that I really adored. Ebony was saying, you should, in fact, freeze your eggs, and I would accompany you to be there. And I think it is important. And I think the way that they interacted was a beautiful thing at some point. But this conversation didn't actually happen because the lady, I don't know her name, who was co-hosting, essentially said, the way you delivered the message made me shut down, so I don't even know what you were talking about. Oh, okay, cool. Now I'm mad about it, so let's talk. What? And Ebony is an attorney. So you're going to sit across from her, engage in a conversation regarding something she said that made you feel bad, but you don't know precisely what it is that she said or why it is that you were feeling bad. That's the problem. Now, she did get some stuff out, but it is odd that you didn't have like your arguments written down about why you were upset. Like, I can't help you if you think I did something wrong and you don't know what that something wrong is. Feels like black women are damned either way. If we choose to align a light bill, man, we choose wrong. If we have standard boundaries, etc., black women ask for too much for the fruitcake fund. Period. Thank you, because apparently y'all gonna have to bend into all kind. Fearless, thank you, by the way, into all kinds of pretzel to make any of this work. Afro has been a member for 14 months. If they earn more, then they got more than the light bill, right? Can we please get the bar out of the 7th level of hell? Please, we can require more. Not only can you require more, but you should. Ebony, your commentary is being approved by unemployed, ashy lip, crusty eye, and dirty beers. Major red flag that your message ain't it, sis. Yeah, no, you can definitely look to the endorsers. But there's someone else who made commentary on this that I definitely wanted to bring up because it's a very long time since I've spoken about this man. And y'all should probably start logging out now because everyone's head hurt when this person comes up. Everyone has begged me not to include this on my Discord, but I'm still going to do it. Ebony doesn't know about the man out the school rule.
So I'm about family first. And for Eboni K Williams to finally wake up and see the reality of her own life, because she just turned 40, I think this month, she has finally woken up and made the decision to stop lying to Black women. And I want to applaud her and show love to her. And I hope this isn't just something to say, because sometimes people say stuff in order to get clicks and views or whatever. I hope she actually has changed her belief system. So we're going to play this video. I got a lot of other videos, so this is going to be a fun show. So y'all already know what I'm...
You want to know something I don't understand? How do you have 300,000 subscribers and only 3,000 views on your video? You know what? Let me know. So I've learned a lot about YouTube analytics lately. And when you buy, you know what? I'm not going to. What? To be fair, the YouTube short system does allow for you to it does allow for you to grow really quickly. And the people who your community isn't active. So we can't just say he bought it. I'm inclined to say he bought it, but I don't know, because of the YouTube Shorts system. So if you use YouTube Shorts and it's not your video, and you just put random things on YouTube Shorts, then there's a way for you to grow that, but it's not real. Your subscribers don't engage because they don't care. So the YouTube Shorts does actually mess up the game for community building if you use it inappropriately. But someone have been pointing out his watch and his subscriber count, and I'm like, this is the first time I'm noticing it. It's very odd.
I'm about to say, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, and hit the like button. Share this video, Facebook. Share this video, Facebook. Share this video, Facebook. because Facebook, y'all are not liking the video and y'all ain't shared nothing. So share and hit the like button, Facebook. All right. And of course, contribute to the channel. Cash App is right here. Aaron AARON 1000, Aaron 1000. And let's get to it. And say what's up in the chat. So this is what has been the narrative for I don't know how long, and it's all lies. This is what the narrative
in particular when it becomes to becoming a wife.
Keeping it 100.
So this is the stupid, dysfunctional black woman narrative that makes no freaking sense. And it looks like Ebony K Williams is finally waking up. So this is the dumb narrative that our women have been saying for the longest.
What do you think the challenge is that women are having, black women in particular, when it becomes to becoming a wife?
Keeping it 100. There's not enough eligible black males who fit the needs of black women. By the time you dissect.
I'm sorry. Why does she sound so excited to hear that? Like somebody's about to give her some chef boiled or something, like some grits or something, some cheese grits. Like, what are you talking about? Like, listen to this dummy.
What do you think the
I think reading comprehension might be a problem. And reading comprehension, I think, means something more also about general comprehension skills, right? Because what she just said is not inconsistent with what Ebony K Williams said. Like, let's be clear. Ebony is telling you that you need to vigorously engage in trying to get a man because there's not enough of them. What she ignores is that even if you do what she tells you to do, some black women will be out of luck because there isn't enough eligible men there. This is the other side of Ebony K Williams' coin. This is what that's what she's saying. She is telling you, Ebony, that the number of men, eligible black men in universities are so slim that you have to enter Hunger Games for them and get them. And this one, is telling you that there's not enough. That the same thing. They're saying the same thing. The problem with Ebony K. Williams' approach is that she assumes that there's only black men, which doesn't make sense when she was also dating out and called off her engagement to a white guy. So this does not make sense. Why are you saying Ebony debunked the statement that she just regurgitated? Girl, someone said statistical wise. Wait, it's in here. This man went on a dusty diatribe. I hope this is the video where he's saying men don't even need to go to school. Wait, I hope this is the video. Let's continue.
challenge is that women are having, black women in particular, when it becomes to becoming a wife?
Keeping it 100, there's not enough eligible black males who fit the needs of black women. By the time you dissect the demographics of finances, sexual orientation, what you end up drilling down into, because black women tend to want to marry black men.
Right.
What's up, Flight Night? What's up, Terica? What's up, Virginia? Let me read the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Quavo before Quavo. Thank you for the younger black women in a mindset of they don't need no man. So it's like, okay, I'm giving you an example. Okay. I used to sell drugs, right? When I was younger. And now that I'm an adult, there's no way in this world I would tell younger guys, yeah, go out there and sell drugs. Yeah, go out there and trap. No, I would be an idiot if I did that. Because even though I sold drugs, I knew it was wrong, right? I knew it was wrong. So since I know it's wrong, why would I champion drug dealing, trapping? Why? And this is what a lot of people do, especially the women. They become single mothers.
To the black man and black male worshiper who say college isn't for everyone, do uneducated black men make good money, own homes in good areas, stay out of jail? How do they do it? Period. Thank you. I'm gonna leave this up. So he's likening selling drugs to something. So let's hear.
They do all this stupid mess. They have all these fatherless babies, or either in Ebony K Williams' situation, she doesn't have any children and wants to go out and become a single mother through implant surgery or whatever, in vitro or whatever you call it, without a man, which is stupid. And she runs around saying, hey, black women, we don't need men because you don't need no man. You may be rich, but the rest of these women are literally halfway homeless. And I'm not saying to make fun of women, but there's a huge part of the population that are literally like a month away from being homeless. And a lot of women are running around lying and saying that Black women are.
If Black women are halfway homeless and Black women and Black men make the same amount of money, essentially, what does that say about Black men? But also, I need some statistics. You say statistical wise. I need some statistical wise. Because he just be making things up. He I am not saying this to be shaming Black women, then goes on to draw up a random thing that's not true and shove it down our throats about Black women. That is definitely not true.
Are making all this money. Black women are independent. Black women don't need no man. And the broke Black women are like, yeah, we don't need no man. But you broke. Like, you gonna go out and have more fathers, babies, looking stupid? Like, that's kind of stupid, right? So, just like me, I used to sell drugs. I mean, I was like in my teens. I'm not saying when I was in my 30s and nothing like that. But how would I look like running around saying, oh yeah, selling drugs is okay because I sold drugs? I would be an idiot. The same thing with these single moms. These single moms are running around telling women who haven't had children yet that it's okay to be a single mother. It is not. Now, if you are a single mother,
you do know that the number of women who become single mothers severely decrease in the Black community when they have education. I saw Kimberly Foster from For Harriet do a video on this, and I had to go look it up. And I was like it was pleasantly surprising to see this. So the idea that your life quality increases with education is not just a capitalistic reality, it is actually a personal reality for a lot of the issues people point out. It does seem odd that this person doesn't do any kind of like actual work. He just comes on here and says things, phantom follicles and all. I don't understand why. I don't understand why he's doing this video. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't understand what he means to say with this video. Because Ebony is telling women to get men in universities. Okay, fine. You're out of the league because you didn't go. Most of y'all are not going to be qualified because y'all didn't go to universities. Like, literally, most of y'all are not going to make it. You didn't make the cut. Like all the men running around, this is the funny part for me. All the men running around talking about Eboni K Williams told y'all, period. Okay, fine. The Black women decide that in universities they should fight desperately for men, Black men. Most of y'all wouldn't qualify. Most of y'all wouldn't qualify. That's the truth. Capitalism values formal education. Social currency opens doors into wealth. Every group knows this. Ambition is sexy. Goldman Sachs 2023. Period. Like, I don't understand why you would be dissuaded. Ultimate enigma, thank you. I don't understand why there would be a push to dissuade women from being better. That's the $1 billion question. Even Ebony K Williams is saying get both. Get a man and your education. Fine, whatever. Whatever. Why y'all pretending like education don't matter?
hey, that's your life. You know, you made some mistakes or things didn't work out or you may have gotten married, whatever. But don't tell young women that haven't become single mothers to be single mothers. That's the problem I have with.
No one is telling young women to become single mothers. It is a lie. And you all are lying that people are running around. Am I muted? Someone said I'm muted. I should not be muted. Let me check. Oh, no, I'm not muted. It is a lie. People aren't running around saying become single mothers. What's happening is people are having children and the men are nowhere to be found. In my experience, Black men quickly marry for two reasons. One, impending prison sentence, Tory Lanez. His mother is dead or dying. Both cases, the women represent a resource. Yeah. And yeah, in a world where you can take care of yourself, you get to choose and set the standards for which a person, man, woman, whoever comes into your life. Regardless of what is happening, regardless of what people are telling you to do, you decide who comes in to your life. You do. You do. Because you don't need, keyword, need. You do not need a man as a partner for survival. So, no, you don't need a man. You can want one, you can have one, you can love one, but you don't need one. And the point at which you need one to help you survive, you shouldn't be having one because you need to be able to provide for yourself as a grown person. You should, even if you're hypergamous, in my mind, even if you're a trad wife, you should be able to take care of yourself. You have to be able to take care of yourself. Do not depend fully on anyone to take care of you. That don't make no sense. So you should engage in this world as an actualized human being who is taking care of themselves. Like what? That don't even make sense. Timothy, are you familiar with the term enforced monogamy? Much of the concern is not for women, but for unpartnered men because becoming hostile or apathetic and the declining birth rate, which means no work. Yeah, no, we talked about this earlier where people were saying men become abusive and violent and they go out and they riot when they don't have access to women. And what about it? Your body is not to be in service of the community by way of preventing men from being violent because you are going to give yourself up. No. If the social structures, if the political structures, if the legal structures, if law enforcement can't deal with it, your body should not be used to deal with men's violence. What? No. Absolutely not. But yes, I agree. I think a lot of it comes from that. They're going to shame you and tell you to go and be. No. Thanks, Giggles.
Our women. A lot of our women would literally ruin their lives and then tell younger women that it's okay to ruin their lives also, to make them look as dumb as the other women that have already done the dumb stuff in the first place. And that is the problem I have. So
it's weird to me when certain people call other people dumb. It's very strange. Looking at certain people call certain people dumb and Adam are playing limbo with the bar. Not y'all talking about these demons in hell. They're doing all that with access to women. Sex doesn't stop male from being. Yeah, no, like, oh my God. Just contributing to the space. Side note, don't hate on Mr. Let Go. There is absolutely nothing to hate on for Mr. Let Go. Orange Pill, by the way, we should have a public conversation. Apparently, people are telling me that you called me disingenuous and you're still crying about not knowing the difference between part and majority. So I would like to hear. I actually want to go back to the conversation about part and majority because I think there must be some kind of confusion. And I don't know where the confusion is. I literally don't know where the confusion is, but I was not incorrect about part or majority. I was not.
for Ebony K Williams to come out and say, yeah, yo, ladies, find a husband. Stop running around trying to get your PhD. Get a husband. Get your MRS degree. Get your MRS degree.
You know these men are liars. Why do y'all lie so much? Like, I don't. At what point did Ebony K Williams says, stop trying to get your P? At what point? No, for real. Like, let's go back. Let me hear if he just lied on her as if we all didn't hear she said to do it simultaneously.
Stop running around trying to get your PhD. Get a husband. Get your MR.
Okay, even when I disagree with Ebony K Williams in part, mostly, she never said that. She never said stop running around trying to get your PhD. It never happened. Your wife was married to you when you were cheating on her. There is no allegedly here. You said it out of your own mouth. Ebony K Williams was speaking to women in college, yes. Because how did you get this? I feel like these men just turn on the camera and just start talking. Like, you can disagree with her, I disagree with her, but don't lie. They actually disagree with what you disagree. Like, don't come up here and lie. Wait, let me go back. Oh my God.
Done the dumb stuff in the first place. And that is the problem I have. So for Ebony K Williams to come out and say, yeah, yo, ladies, find a husband. Stop running around trying to get your PhD. Get a husband. Get your MRS degree. Get your MRS degree. And I'm like, I love it. So I love it. That strong Black woman crap is only hurting our community because our Black women are strong by default. See?
Wait. I'm not going to drag because of what he just said, but he doesn't understand how that makes him a wannabe. Makes us all wannabes. But you know that she didn't say you should stop trying to get your degree. She said you should get your degrees and also try to get the man, which seems like a lot of work. Look, I don't know about y'all, but that seems like a lot of work. Do you know how annoying it is to sit across from someone you don't like and pretend to be interested in what is happening? Yeah. Someone told me that I was distant and cold. And I think, I really, really try to, care for people because I do care about people. But what I can't do is I cannot pretend you're more interesting than you are. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. And so I think a lot of people, not a lot, some people, and this is why I have to be specific with my friends, right? Because there are people who sit. You've never been to school, which is fine. You can also be educated in different ways. You don't have the vocabulary. You don't know how to engage. You don't know how to read. You don't know how to reason. You don't know a lot of things you should know at your big old age of 28. And you're sitting there talking to me. Then you're mad at me because you're telling me that it doesn't seem like I care about. I don't care about what you're saying. You were right. I don't care. And I can't even pretend to care because what you want me to do is pretend like you are smarter than you are, and you're not that girl. Sir, you're not that girl. You are not interesting. You don't have the bandwidth. You don't have the range. You want to talk about philosophy and you've never read a philosopher in your life. You don't even read books. How are you want to talk to me about books that you've never read and then be mad? No, he's not 28. I'm just talking about an experience. I'm talking about an experience in real life. It is not easy to try to date. It's really not. It's not easy to try to date because y'all. No, I'm talking about someone who in real life who is 28. I'm not talking about him, even though he's also included. It's like dating is difficult, right? And then being friends, not even dating, even trying to form friendships is difficult. So Ebony K Williams isn't actually saying you are not strong and independent. She's actually telling you to take on more labor. He's actually telling you to take on more labor. It wasn't a date, it was friends. I'm talking about friends who are mad at me and telling me that I'm too cold. And I'm like, we probably shouldn't be friends because the way the way The way y'all want people to pretend like y'all are smarter than you are is ridiculous to me. I can say it now because I think the friendship is over, but it's like, sir. I think dating, even forming any kind of friendship, is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And I don't know why y'all think y'all can do everything. Don't. Just tell these men, tell these men to figure their lives out. I think the agenda is to keep a permanent underclass and keep black men alive and warm. If black women continue to excel, not have children, who will be the permanent underclass according to white supremacy? Mahogany Pink, I wish I could just pull up one of her videos now. Mahogany Pink actually did a video on this. She explains very precisely why it is that people are well, let me leave that alone. Thank you. The only thing I'm fighting for is talk, period. The fact that this isn't a satire is depressing to me also.
If you've been R'd or M'd or you were homeless or you went to the military and you got shot and you lost your leg or whatever, yes, you're strong. But if you had to do it all over again, you wouldn't want to do that, right? So you're bragging about that you're strong and independent. It's a trauma response. And your braggadocious trauma response is causing other women that have never been traumatized, have never been R'd or M'd or homeless or whatever, feel like, oh, so being strong is being a single mother? Oh, okay. I'm just going to become a single mother. Look at Blueface, stupid baby mom. What's the little girl name? Krishan? She's a straight dummy out here. She's walking around with her baby. The baby just flopping around like this. Baby literally flopping around like this in a Walmart. Just stupid as I don't know what. Is she strong? No, she's stupid. So there's a difference between being strong and being stupid. So we have to delineate the strong women and the stupid women. Just because you go out and do something stupid and you're living with your stupidity does not make you strong. That's like me saying, hey, I sold crack when I was young. I never went to prison, but say I went to prison and I get out of prison, go back to prison, get out of prison, go back to prison, and I've been to prison 3 times. And I come out like, yes, I'm strong because I endured prison.
I want to explain how dumb this is. First of all, I don't know what he's talking about. Second, the circumstance under which you build muscle does not change the fact that you have muscles, right? So if I go to the gym intentionally to make my body better and to be stronger, if at the end of the day I am stronger, I am in fact stronger. That is the kind of polished way of doing it. If you live in a certain kind of environment that requires you to, I don't know, hunt and survive, and you build muscle that way, you are still strong. It doesn't mean I am stronger than you or you can't be strong because I got the option of going to the gym and build it that way. That you are in the quote unquote wild and you build your muscle in the wild doesn't change the fact that the muscle is built. If someone is strong because of their circumstances, it does not take away from their strength. What are you talking about? Also, I know most women don't want to be called strong, so period. But the analysis here is so idiotic. It is he's literally saying you are not strong, and the reason you're not strong is because you didn't choose this. You were thrust into this environment, and because you survive in this environment, you don't get to claim you're strong. If the environment made you stronger, yes, you are strong. What do you mean? No, I think people are getting caught up on his Krishan thing. I don't care about the Krishan thing. I'm talking about his analysis. His analysis does not make sense. He is literally telling you that because of the circumstance under which you develop, it means you didn't develop. But that don't make sense. Strength, I'm using muscles specifically because we can think about strength very precisely in that way. You are strong if you gain strength through your circumstances. Yo, this... Bandits are trying to create an environment where they are completely provided for and dependent on black women, but still be called leaders and kings. Yeah, yeah. Last week we did a video where the guy was like, even if you're making all the money, I should still be the leader and I should tell us where we're gonna go. I was like, girl, y'all done lost your mind. I'm tired of these people in these analogies that don't work. Thank you, Sin. Yeah, no, I'm with you. That don't make sense. This does not make sense. So black women are overly educated, make money, and homeless. Usually on one mic. These dudes are confused at this point. They haven't thought. Thank you, April. They haven't thought through what they want to say, and that's why it's coming out on now. Entrepreneur went crying in JD's bosom about you. Now he's here. Look, these people just gonna cry. They always. He couldn't keep his wife, but giving advice.
Prison. No, I'm an idiot because I went to prison 3 times. Does that make sense? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying.
It can be true that you're an idiot because you went to prison 3 times, or you could go to prison and come out like Malcolm X. Now, I'm not suggesting you should go to prison, but your circumstances can make you a better, stronger person. I don't understand this. It feels so underdeveloped that it's like he's not even trying. Like, even if my brain is on autopilot, I'm not going to do this kind of analysis.
When you stupid yourself in a corner over and over again, that doesn't make you strong. That makes you stupid. So we have to be able to delineate the strong women and the stupid women, the strong dudes and the stupid dudes. All right. Shout out to Flight Night. You always contributing. So I appreciate you, brother. All BS. They don't want a dude with a good job until they hit the wall. They want a professional thug or a woman talking mess about men. I don't like none of the dysfunctional women want a professional thug. And I understand your sentiment, but this is a woman that done came out of nowhere saying something positive about marriage, family, and to her, to the people she's influencing, it looks like she's changing her tune.
What did she say positive about? I can't do it. Every time I see Let Go, all I think about is the time he had to admit intellectual inferiority to Themis on his own live. He so didn't have the range, and it's so cringy to watch. Oh my God, I almost forgot that we definitely did have a conversation. I wish you hadn't reminded me of this because now I feel bad. Because I do remember that he was like, look, I'm not as smart as you are. And that's not a point of pride for me. It's, well, duh, but I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I wish no, this is cringy. No, this is cringe. I can't beat up on someone who has already conceded that they're not in, thank you. Hey, Themis, hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Voice is back. I'm here. You look like Helena. Oh, no, that's not Helena. Thank you, Virgo baby. The Sanderson sisters. I'm sorry, but anyone who mentioned Krishan will also not holding while also not holding Blueface accountable is not operating in good faith. Yeah, I think both should be dragged consistently and continuously. I think so. I stopped going on other people's panel because I think people are like, oh my God, you're so smart. And they do that to like disregard what you're saying. It's almost like there are certain panels when people say you're smart, it means that their audience won't listen to you. It's almost like being smart or intelligent is like a curse word in certain spaces. Oh, it is. Didn't Kevin Samuels have like the PhD sound? Like, I'm a PhD or I'm a nurse or whatever. And so, like, it is almost like it is an insult in certain areas. like there are people in the manosphere with sound clips of people saying they're a PhD or whatever, and I think it is to highlight the fact that they don't. Okay, period. Let me leave that alone.
So for you to come in the comment saying all they want is a professional thug that brings excitement, they want a man when they hit the wall. These are demands. These women offer nothing, sir. Where's your anger coming from? I just don't get it. Like, what are you talking about? All these demands from these women that offer nothing. Offer nothing? You sound like the damn women. You sound like Ebony K with a penis. What are you talking about, sir? What women are you? Man, y'all just angry. All right, shout out to Erdos. Exactly. So the thing about it is, there's a statistic that actually came from the Department of Labor that states pretty easily that in the United States, 16% of Black men make over $100,000 a year. 11% of Black women make over $100,000 a year. And then there's a caveat to make the women look even worse. The majority of the Black men that make over $100,000 a year have less school debt. And the majority of the women that make over $100,000 a year have over $60,000 in school debt. So you wanted to just look at one group versus the other group. It's not about how much you make. It's about how much you're putting back out. Because as an example, you could be a UPS driver and make $100,000 a year. So a lot of men, including me, I make over $100,000 a year and I ain't went to nobody's college and I would never go to somebody's college.
How can you say, without even looking up his statistics, how can you say 16% of men make $100,000 a year and then say a lot of men make... Look, maybe 16% is a lot to him, so it might have squared. Because I feel like you don't get to bring out the percentage and then say a lot after you've just said. We know the percentage. If you are correct, then we know the percentage, right? And so it doesn't make sense. I can't.
In my opinion, college is stupid. Depending on what you're doing, what you want to do. A lot of y'all have y'all little stupid degrees, and the degrees don't get you nowhere. You know, if you want to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, that makes sense. You know, but all these other little dumb degrees y'all be getting, y'all don't make no money out this mess. So y'all just go to these stupid colleges, get these stupid degrees, and don't make any money when you graduate, and you're looking stupid, but you got a degree now. It's just dumb to me. So unless
the amount of money you make tremendously increases when you have an education. I understand that there are people who are upset, jealous, envious, and realize that women are outdoing them and out educating them. That does not give you the right to lie about the statistics. It is not the case that men who do not go to school make more money than women who in fact went to school. This is not true. Not everyone is online telling people to hit the Cash App so they can pay rent. Not everyone is doing that. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, but there are people who actually went to school, got an education, and are doing well, even with debt. Because what you don't know is that you don't have to pay all of your monthly paycheck to said debt. You don't have to pay your student loans off all at once, and they don't garnish your wages to do so. So you can think about making less money and your quality of life being tremendously low, or you can have school debt, increase your standard of living, and pay that debt in part while also improving your life and the life of people around you. Debt in this way does not necessarily have to be a bad thing if you are able to manage it well. You make more money with a degree than without, statistical wise, in his words. I know it's not statistical wise for people who are watching me who do not get the reference. He would probably not have said statistical wise had he gone to university.
This is a specialized type of, engineering degree, certain things like that.
No, you do not have to have a specialized type of engineering degree. And in fact, we can pull up the stat, which I already did, regarding how many Black women are actually going in STEM versus how many Black men are going in STEM. For the year, what was it, 2018 and 2019, there were 4 Black. When they break these down against race, there is only within the Black community that there is a super majority when we compare Black men and Black women who go into STEM, a super majority for all levels, bachelor's, master's, and both doctoral level. Women were over 60%, where men were under like 30%. The idea that we're up here pretending like women aren't also out competing men in STEM, Black community, and the trajectory isn't to continue that way is ridiculous to me. That is ridiculous. We've done these videos. You don't get to say that they're getting useless degree. You don't. You don't. You do not.
Some of y'all got these dumb degrees. Just
no, I'm gonna find it. Give me 2 seconds. Absolutely not. I'm not about to sit here and watch this. Nope. Let's see. Give me 2 seconds. First level, 68. 60. The absolute lies. All to say.
I don't agree with that. I would have to look into it more, but my familiarity with lowering the standards is, I know that there has been research done for University of California schools where for certain affirmative action programs, they would lower the standards to get more minority students, namely African-American students, to enroll in these colleges. But when they lowered the standards there, what would happen is more of those students would apply and get accepted to the colleges, but the graduation rates and absolute numbers stay the same. So they were getting into students placed on them. Also, women have a bit more available.
And let's be honest, the colleges are no longer graduating, right? I don't know. I can't speak to the whole spectrum.
They're getting the more important degrees, and for him, the more important degrees are the STEM degrees, right? Now, obviously, Destiny highlighted that there are many other reasons for going to college and university, all of that stuff. It is what it is. That's fine. However, I'm not about to do that. Let's stick with STEM, because what we're not going to do is lie. So if we're thinking about STEM broadly, if you guys don't know what STEM is, go Google it. I'm not going through what STEM is either. Like, I'm not doing that. But the categories for STEM that we're looking at is at the bachelor's level, the master's level, and the doctorate level, doctoral level. The doctorate level should be broken and is broken by most research into 2 levels. It is the research and then the professional level. So it's the research doctorate and then the professional doctorate. All right. Let me tell you this now. I'm not even going to wait. We're going to see the numbers in a minute. But let me say this. There is no group. There is 0 group where the women in the community of said group is outpacing the men more than 10 percentage points. There is absolutely no group at any of these levels, not at the bachelor's level, not at the master's level, and not at the doctoral level. There is absolutely none of those groups. None of these groups that we have where we have men and women have the women outpacing the men more than 10 percentage points. Except in the Black community. It's not just that Black women out-earn Black men in terms of the STEM degrees attained by a simple majority. No. It is a super majority. Define super majority with that having over 60%, right? Over 60% of all the STEM degrees at the bachelor's, master's, doctorate level go to Black women compared to Black men, right? So of all the Black people graduating out of these programs, Black women, and at the master's level, mind you, it's almost 70% of the STEM degrees going to Black people that are going to Black women. So when you say Black women are doing useless degrees or getting useless degrees or earning useless degrees, you might want to go outside of the race to point at different groups of women, because if you're comparing Black men level of attainment for STEM degrees to Black women, it is embarrassing. So we're going to go through this. The video is not going to be long. It's supposed to be a short, informative video. So here is the short, informative part of the video. So let's look at the first level, right? All of this can be found on the Pew Research. I wanted to do an analysis of all of the races and racial groups. I'm not going to do it because I don't care. I want this video to be digestible and for people not to have to like wait 1,000,001 minutes to understand what I'm saying. All right, so let's do the bachelor at the bachelor's level. 62% of the STEM degrees across universities go to Black women. Only 38 go to Black men. You were saying what about useless degree? This is at the bachelor's level. Like, let's go to the master's level, right? You want to do that? All right. At the master's level, 68% of the STEM degrees at the master's level being awarded or earned by Black people go to Black women. 68%. That means only 32% goes to Black men. At the research doctorate level and at the professional doctoral level, it is 65% that goes to Black women and 35% goes to Black men. So when you guys are talking, when you guys decide to go outside of the community or talk within the community about useless degrees that are being obtained by women when they go to universities, yeah, you don't have that right.
Comes to the Black community, yes, Black women are the most enrolled. And yes, they do graduate, but they usually graduate with some ridiculous degree that they don't even use. Not to mention the fact,
are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not embarrassed? This is really embarrassing.
You don't have that right because even if they're getting quote unquote basket weaving degrees, even if that were true, they are still getting the meaningful degrees, as you call them, the STEM degrees. They're getting them at a rate way higher than you. And it's not even comparable with other groups. Even in other groups where the women out-earn the men in terms of STEM degrees at, let's say, the bachelor's level, the master's level, or the doctoral level. For Asian, it goes back and forth, right? There is not a huge, there's none of them, none of these groups have more than a 10 percentage point lead for women. There's none. They're neck and neck. Even with the increase of women across the board earning more degrees than men, they're still neck and neck. There's a 10 percentage points difference, maybe for one other grades, and that's white women at the master's level. That's it. But in the Black community, every single level, from the bachelor's, the master's, the doctoral level, for STEM, right, we have Black women at 60% being earned. So don't do that. I'm not even going to look at the screen. This is the title of this section. It is so weird to see this happening currently that the title is that. I'm not even going to read it. Of those earning STEM degrees, there are more Black women than men. That's it. That they're comparing all the race and they made the title about Black women and Black men. Don't sit there and lie about useless degrees when increasingly, this was from 2021, not 2018. So I was wrong thinking it was older than it was. This was very recently, 2021. So the fact that we're sitting up here lying is a problem for me. Hopefully flashing across.
Stay focused. Don't talk about what you're going to do. Don't just dream about what you're going to do. Don't criticize somebody else for what they're not doing. You be it. Be about it. Be about that action and go do it.
It's an anomaly. Black women's ability to do well in comparison to Black men is very strange, not just to myself or Black women or Black men, to everyone. So when you're talking about education doesn't matter, and then you say, oh, I don't care, it's not just education, it's just they only want basket weaving and gender studies, they're not actually going into STEM. No. You are not going into STEM. Make that clear. And on that note, that's it. I don't want this video to be long, short, and sweet. Have a wonderful night. Bye. So, Mr. Let Go, we're going to go with absolutely not. You have absolutely lost your mind and you did not do the work to talk about what you're talking about. You did not. Just like Angry Man, you were wrong.
To say you got a degree. A lot of you ladies you go to college because you're either bored or you're running away from your childhood trauma or you're running away from a man or something. You break up with somebody, you take up another class. You divorce, you take up another class. It actually occupies your mind. And then you go out and you have this degree that don't make you no money, and then you got all the school debt. So overall, the typical man that makes over $100,000 a year has so much less school debt than his female counterpart is ridiculous.
Yes, and there is also a study for that. Men, even in the Black community, get more help in terms of financial aid than women do, but from the family, right? And also scholarships for sports. But let's ignore all of that for a moment. We're going to forget that there is an attempt for university to get more men in, so they're offering all kinds of scholarships for them to get in. Let's ignore that for a moment. The men making $100,000 in the Black community, did they or did they not go to university? Answer that question for me, please, Mr. Let Go. Because you're talking about, oh, men don't have to go to school to make money. Men are making money. Oh, 16% of men are making over $100,000. Okay, men don't have to go to school. What percent of that 16% did go to university? Because I am sure there is a large number of them that are doctors and lawyers, accountants, architects. The professional degrees have to be included in the men making over $100,000. They are included. Yep, they are. So when you say men don't have to go to school to make $100,000 and you included yourself in that because you didn't go to school, note that that's not the makeup of the men making $100,000. Because you don't know how to understand statistics does not mean we all are in that same boat with you. I dare you to go into that and look it up. I want you to come back and tell us. I will post it too, by the way, but I also want you to go in there and tell us when you're saying men don't have to go to school, and then you say men are making more money than women, and 16% of black men are making over $100,000, what percent of those men went to school? Because you just said men don't have to go to school to make money, and then you point to the $100,000. Oh, I did not ignore that you were competing with women. I did not ignore that. It's very clear who you are competing. You didn't say oh, black men are making more money than Asian men. You didn't say that. You didn't say black men are making more money than white men. You did not say that. You said black men are making more money than black women to the tune of $2,000. But then at the 100,000, you're saying, oh, there's only 16% of black men and there's 11% black women. Get into some stats, please, on what percent of them went to school. He does know that school is expensive, right? What person would pay a right arm and leg just to get away from childhood, right?
Because we can drive forklifts, we can climb up poles and change the light poles or whatever. You could be you can work on train tracks. I don't know if you ever seen a company that comes in and works on train tracks.
You're talking about using your body for physical labor. You don't even realize we're moving out of the manufacturing era, the sort of specialized era where we're making steels on railroad. You don't even realize we're in the information age. You don't even realize we're in the information age. Do you think the person laying down tracks, they're making more money than the neurosurgeon, than the attorneys, than the programmers, than the engineers? Girl, y'all need to update these software. Y'all need to update these software because I feel like y'all are thinking, oh my God, men can go down into the swamps and we can dig. It's like, yeah, but we don't have to. What happens next? Ebony or Tyler Perry interview. Oh, we gonna get into the Tyler Perry thing one more time. We're gonna get in because I didn't realize Funky Deneva and them were talking about it. I did not realize that, and I don't know why these men are upset. Like these men, I'm assuming they're both gay, but I don't know. One of them was married to Star Jones, but I thought he came out. Well, whatever. It don't matter. Straight or gay, he gonna get dragged. Well, I'm not dragging anyone. Kevin Samuels and his bosom possum with Venus are acting up again. Look, leave these men alone. The men decided to come back today, and I want to hear from them because I'm confused. I want to know where they stand because I literally just assume the men would all disagree with Tyler Perry. If all these men are making all this money, why would you be agreeing with Tyler Perry? Like, why? If you're telling women to choose better, why would you then also agree with Tyler Perry? That don't make no sense. So hopefully these men are here to come up here and say women should date men who make more than whatever. X-Max, Jordan, Lemon Pepper, Crowd versus Trader Joe's, Shaker and Delta, Sky Miles Crowd. Black women are comfortably seated in the latter crowd. Goldman Sachs 2023. Girl, I won't say the airline name, but tell me why I flew over. Tell me why I flew over the Pacific Ocean. I flew over the Pacific Ocean for hours and hours in this bootleg airline where they didn't have TV. Yeah, when I said I was mad, I just assumed if you're going to be in a plane for more than 10 hours, it's going to be a plane with a TV in it. Never again. Never again. Never again. I'm going to be very specific with when I have long flights. I won't say the name, but like I didn't care. I didn't look into the flight. I didn't care because I'm like, oh, I'm going to be in the air for over 12 hours. They're gonna have to have. It wasn't Frontier. It's not any of the. It's not Spirit. It's not Frontier. It's not any of the popular one. The reason I'm not saying it is because I don't want. It has a country's name in it, and I was big mad. And it wasn't cheap either. And that was my first mistake, thinking because it's not cheap, I'm gonna have a good experience. That was my first problem. Why he sound bitter? Because he is. When your follicles are set up like that, girl, you gonna be mad at something. Ask him what percent of white men and men make 100K and why he didn't compare them to these men. Then ask him why we should get with black men. Hint, we shouldn't. Girl, I just assumed I would be living it up in the flight, and then I looked up and there was no TV. I was like, what do you mean there is no monitor here? So I can watch anyway. We can value black women achievement and remember that white male patriarchy under capitalism impact black men differently than black women. The problem is systemic racism, how black men are socialized from a young age. Washington, when I drop the link, you are the first person to come up because I'm very interested in what you have to say. I think this is an important conversation. And drop a 1 if you're in the chat and you're a Republican, by the way. I want to want to have a conversation with you.
You can drive a locomotive. I remember that type of job. I was thinking about doing it. You can drive.
This man just said you can drive a locomotive. And period. I mean, you can.
The road, be truck drivers. None of this stuff requires a freaking degree. So us men, we can do a lot of brute work and make a lot of money a year. But a lot of you ladies, you have to do some little work. You know what I mean? So you have to get a degree in order to make your type of money that we're making without a degree. So that is something that nobody wants to talk about. All right, let's see. But let's Cookie says she was pain-faced admitting it. Shout out to her. Hey, it's important as long as she admitted it. Erica says, side note, I keep hearing you say,
no matter how good we look, no matter how fit we are, men are still seeing primarily our presumed dwindling fertility as a knock against us. And speaking of fertility, that is another reason that I want younger black women to seek marriage and partnership in college or right after, if that's what they choose. Because the number of college-educated black men is so low when compared to black college-educated women that we're all going to be targeting the same small pool of men. And as we heard today, on most campuses, there's like 7 black women students for every 1 black man student. Y'all do the math. So here's my advice. If you are a young Black woman in college and you know in your heart and in your head that you want to prioritize family, I suggest that you simultaneously pursue that MRS degree right along with that BA or JD.
Right.
Because a handful of Black college-age men that actually...
All right, let's not actually do the research and let's take her world. There are 7 Black women for every 1 Black man. And all of y'all are working hard to get a Black man in college. How many of you are going to be left without? You realize her math don't make no sense. Eboni K Williams' math don't make no sense. All 7 of y'all are going to be competing for that 1 Black man. And when he finally, if he chooses one of you, 6 of y'all going to be out of luck. How is this not an indictment on the amount of Black men in universities? Like, how is this not an indictment of the amount of available men in universities? Like, the very next statement is, how do we get Black men to universities? One Black woman being able to get married does not actually change the stats at all. Because 6 of them won't. In her world, there is 7. Like, I don't understand this. Obviously, I'm not doing a direct 1-for-1 comparison. I'm talking about a statistic generally. So for every 7, there is 1 man.
do desire to get married soon, and they do share that value system, and family is a priority for them too. Y'all, that is an incredibly small pool, and it's shrinking as you get older. And by the time you reach my age, 40, you will be faced with different choices relating to life partnership and motherhood. Now, I'm not saying that delaying marriage or motherhood is a bad option, but it's one that comes with its own consequences. And our women deserve to know on the front end of their decision making instead of on the back half.
I love it. Now, this is who she was. So this is who she used to be. Listen to who she used to be.
All women need to, position ourselves so that we can be in our divinity, so we can have our crowns right, how we can create and outbuild. When some of us, quite frankly, feel that the men that are available to us, I'm talking about across the color spectrum, across the age spectrum, trust me, I've done them all, they are not positioned to protect nor provide because of some of the statistics we just talked about. They're not earning the incomes. They're not having the resources, and some of them are not even showing up in the leadership. More than I care about hurt feelings, I care about providing my people with facts and information that say that the current way of life for the majority of Black Americans is not serving us. I'm going off of the data and the facts. That is, I am not okay, and I don't think it's okay, that the vast majority of Black Americans, again, overpopulate, disproportionately occupy spaces that are not ideal, that make us vulnerable. I talked about the COVID, that make us vulnerable to death, disease, maternal health, all the things that y'all are talking about on this show every day. Now, if y'all are okay with the current positioning of Black America, that we are the lowest income, the lowest home ownership, the lowest educated group, then so...
Y'all hit the like button. Y'all hit the like button. This is the lowest amount of likes I've seen. So let's work on the like economy and hit the like button. The like economy, the share economy is low. So let's hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the...
Our relationship went bad.
Deeper.
We're lowest at infant mortality also. We're the highest in terminating pregnancies. Women are running around terminating pregnancies like... I
don't think he knows what infant mortality is, because the way he just flipped that is something that I'm not about to correct. But I feel like you should probably look up the phrases before you use them.
Throwing away some chicken. Like, it's disgusting how many pregnancies y'all terminate within a month. A month! Do y'all know y'all have about, it was 250,000. It went up to 300,000 and 350,000, I believe, per year. So what about that? How many kids are going to foster? How many Black children are in foster care? You know? So we got to look at that also. So shout out to Cookie. Cookie said, I'm so curious to see to what made her.
Are you saying to have children you can
flip the script so quick? She just turned 40. Let me see. With the just talking mess about James is doing, and we need to come out and start saying something positive about women, you know? So That is what I'm here to actually do. I'm sick of all the back and forth and everything.
Business. Ivy, I'm not okay with it. So that is why I said what I said about addressing the bigotry of low expectation. I am saying that it is not okay to bring C's and D's to your home and then expect to go on to higher education and acquire a higher skill set. Low expectations is the reason why I have to submit that Black men are now going to HBCUs and college and generally at half the rate of. I don't think that's okay.
And the reason why it is okay, Ebony K Williams, because we don't have to. We don't have to. We don't have to. I never went to college and I never will go to college because I don't have to. I could sit on my butt and make content. I could sit on my butt and sell card games. By the way, buy your card game, okay? I can, I'm on tour with tonight's conversation.
How do you feel good saying this? Like someone is like, Demas, you need to drag him. I don't. He just did it himself. How do you sit there and say, I don't have to go to college because I can just sit here and make content while you're talking about how men do the hard jobs in the world, men go out and build railroads, and men go out and lift cars, and men go out and build structures. But then you're pointing, you're not the men who do that. You literally just said it. You said, as a retired drug dealer, you can sit up there and just quote unquote make content. Not that it's super easy to make content, but so women can do this too. Someone said he's in his soft girl era. Like this man, I am not going to school. No one is telling you to. We know you're not going. The moment you said statistical wise, we knew you weren't there, you haven't been there, and you're probably not about to go there. We knew. If 7 Black women can only choose 1 Black man, common sense says for the remaining 6 Black women to look other races of men. Fun fact, Black plus white men aren't the only ones on the planet. Right?
Where I also sit on my butt. You know, come on stage and I sit on my butt, not talk. You feel me? So all together, while women have to bust their butts in 4-year colleges and kill themselves and take all these stupid tests. What is it, little final exams? I ain't took a final exam and I don't know when. I'm not taking no final exam.
I don't think you've ever taken a final exam. Or I don't think you've ever passed a final exam. The problem here is now you're saying women are doing the harder job. You're saying women. So you're just coasting on by. Ebony K Williams says the bigotry of low expectation. There is nothing to drag. Like there's literally nothing to drag. He's literally saying, I don't have to work. I don't have to try. All I have to do is turn on the camera and talk and make money. And women, you have to go out there and toil the earth. Meanwhile, Tyler Perry is out here telling you that you need to get someone who can only pay the light bill after you work so hard. When men are on here talking about, they don't have to work. Of course they don't have to work because Ebony K Williams is telling y'all to engage in Hunger Games for them. And being smug about it too. Finn said something earlier today, and she said that they don't really care because they know they're not about to lose you. And she's right, she does include it at the beginning of her video where that guy from the UK talked about how, I don't have to try hard because you're just going to choose me. This is toxic. And I'm annoyed. Sorry, I just messaged the Discord. Thank you. He just throwing out random thoughts, hoping that one of them lands in. For real. For real, like, oh my God, just useless. Let me not say that. Wait, I was late. Did he say what his job was? Yes, he said his job was sitting down and talking. That's what his job was. Her argument is rooted in misogyny, mating scarcity mindset, women competing for men, and centering life plans around men. It's while she doesn't see that. She does. She doesn't care. She about to go viral, and that's just that on that. That's all. Thank you. Ladies, love the love of your life. You better love you, period.
Handing somebody my paper. I hope you like my paper. Like, I don't hand nobody paper. People hand me paper. Well, people hand me plastic. You know what I'm saying? Money or plastic. So people hand me paper or plastic. I don't hand nobody no paper. Here's my term paper. I hope you, please. No, I'm not. Grade it up. No, I don't care about nobody grading me. You know? So when it comes to women, a lot of you ladies, shout out to y'all, y'all have to spend 30 years in college in order to make $70,000 a year. We don't have to. Sorry. We men are more interesting, whether it's sports, whether it's content, and whether it's anything else, cooking, whatever. We're better than y'all at virtually every single thing on the planet. So we don't necessarily have to do anything. We don't have to go to, we don't have to, I have a shout out to my guy, Andre Norman. Andre Norman, he did 16 years in prison. He became a millionaire the first year he got out of prison. Still is a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? So like when women run around saying, oh, women are in college and men aren't, it's because we don't have to. We're more interesting than women.
You're costing the government $50 billion. The Black community is not doing well. When it's not prison, it's underemployed, unemployed, the gig economy just completely destroying any kind of potential for upwards mobility. It's the lack of education, it's the lack of ability to negotiate in a corporate setting, it's the lack of funding for business endeavors. Like, the community is struggling, and Black women are trying through education. But to sit here as a Black man and say Black men are so interesting that they don't have to go to school, they can make content and they're doing well and they can use their bodies to build and make money and blah, blah, blah. Why aren't we doing that? Where is the money? Where's the resource? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The conversation is still strong around racism and all of that, systemic issues keeping the Black community down. So for you to sit here and pretend like Black men are doing so well is so strange to me. This is like peak delusion. I needed that laugh. I needed that laugh. I needed that laugh because I make 70K off just bachelors. What is he saying? Yeah, no, he's lying. He's lying. The Sanderson sisters. Not only is he lying, though, the problem is the false sense that we have made it as men is a problem because the complacency that this bleeds is annoying. You need to go to school. Y'all need to go to school. I do believe school is not for everyone, but most of us need to go to school. Y'all need to go to school. Please, please, please go to school. Do not listen to this man tell you that you don't need to go to school in this economy. If that were true, we would be doing better. We are not. The outliers are outliers for a reason. Some people do well when they don't go to school or even when they drop out of school after making connections in school. So let's ignore the people who drop out of school and only talk about the fact that people who do well in society, who did not go to university, did not go to school, those are the exceptions. Those are not the rule. That is not the rule. School is important. And you are not that interesting. Black men avoid college for fear of competition with white men. The thing is, unless you're being marked on a curve, there is no reason to fear that competition because you all can get A's. All of y'all can get A's. Now, if you go to law school, someone got to be at the bottom of the class, girl. Imagine being a female nurse or doctor saving this fool's life after hearing this, or a dentist saving this. Oh, talking about dentists, I got a water floss. My water floss got shipped to me, and it's this huge machine. It looks smaller on the picture. It is this huge machine in my bathroom. And when you turn it on, it is so loud and obnoxiously annoying. It is so loud. But let's see. Anyway, y'all don't care. I don't know why I just brought that out. When Finn said, I'd rather scramble my eggs and eat them in a taco than create one of these, is now resonating with me. Look, let me not say this publicly about what I said. Thank you, Curry Up and Eat, about in my Discord. Because, like, people like this annoy me. Like, the prison to millionaire pipeline is going to catch on. Let him go. The prison to millionaire pipeline. Oh, someone said portable water pig. I didn't get the portable one because I fear that it wouldn't be strong enough. I probably should have gotten the portable one. So Golden, you're in timeout. You're definitely in timeout. Talking about let him cook. Black women have been praising black men mediocrity, and this is a result of that unjustified praise. I actually do believe that praise that is not I think praise should be earned. I do believe praise should be earned. I do. And I think you cause more problems than you do solutions when you praise people who do the bare minimum. Because what you do is you leave people who literally don't know how to engage in the world thinking that they have intellect that they don't, coming to talk to me and getting mad at me when I am not impressed. You can't argue that men are more interesting when all your content is about women. Men don't come to hear you talk about men, they come about women. Look, if you think men are more interesting, then go date them. All right, I'm kidding. I kid. He is obnoxious and very much full of himself. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. He should humble himself. Look, or maybe he should fall real hard. Someone keep talking about his subscriber count. Only God gonna come and tell me those were organic. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Thank you, Giggle. Sin says black men are so interesting that they have to cosplay or exploit black women in order to achieve success. Right? Go tell Tyler Perry. Go tell, because I ain't forgotten about Tyler Perry. Actually, let me play him for 2 more seconds and let's get to Tyler Perry, because this is too long. And actually, I'm tired of Mr. Let Go. Let's go straight to Tyler Perry. Let's go. Because Funky Deneva and some man, I don't know his name. I was gonna say Al Sharpton. I said that Ebony must have fallen asleep to some Tyler Perry movie and the black male worship downloaded in her brain subconsciously. The switch up is crazy. It's not fully a switch up, but I also believe it is intended to trigger. I think people are catching on to the fact that they can trigger the black community without consequence, go viral, and then just move on like nothing happened. Someone said it's Al Reynolds. Girl, Al something. I don't care. I do not care. All right. So there's this lady called Dr. Heavenly. She is on a show that my mom definitely declined. Sorry. Is Married to Medicine still on? Is Married to Medicine still on? Because my mom sure said absolutely not. And then 2 years later, her son is on YouTube talking about all her business. Like it. Unearned praise is only conducive to the outcome in the yes. Period. Let's hear what Dr. Heavenly had to say, because these two men just sat there and just cried.
Household expenses. Tyler said as long as he is securing himself and know that, yeah, she makes most of all the money.
How are you going to be securing yourself when you can't pay nothing but the light bill? Like, I don't even know if that's possible. I don't even know if that's possible. I really don't. I don't know that you can be securing yourself when you literally can't pay anything.
All I can pay is the light bill. As long as she's comfortable enough to say, I'm going to cover the mortgage and all the other stuff, that's fine. What bitch going to say that? Nobody's going to say that. Do you know any black women, Tyler Perry? Now, I love Tyler Perry and I like all the stuff he be talking about. But what black woman you going to say, I'm sorry. I ain't even get to the other part of it. What black woman you going to say it's okay for me to pay all the...
Dr. Heavenly, you're lying. You are lying. You are lying. A lot of black women will have and continue to say yes to people who can't even pay the light bill, let's be clear. A lot have done, is doing, and will continue to do it. A lot. Should they is a separate question.
The damn bills. Now you sitting your ass up, drinking all my damn Kool-Aid, acting a damn fool, want to control me and tell me what the hell I'm gonna do, and you gonna pay more than the damn light bill. Now that's relative, because some people's light bill ain't but $67. My light bill is $1,700, and you need to pay more than that, because if my light bill is $1,700, how much is my mortgage? I'm sorry, Tyler Perry done made me bad with that, because he's trying to act like, am I talking too much? He's trying to act like we need to settle for some bullshit. No, black men, you need to step up. You need to step up. No, let's not settle. We're not selling that you could just pay the light bill. No, get your funky ass up, funky Daniba. Get you a job, get you another job so you can afford this mortgage. And I'm going to tell y'all black women this. If he can't afford the mortgage, do not move in with him. Now, some black women, a lot of us make more than our men, but don't move into the house that this man can't pay the damn mortgage. And a lot of times, it ain't just because I got all this damn mouth that I'm going to get slapped the shit out of, right? This because the man can't handle, the black man can't handle when a black woman tell him to get the hell up out my damn house. All you paying is the light bill. I can find somebody else to pay my damn light bill. I don't need you. Okay? And so it ain't so much the black woman. Black men have a lot of ego and they ain't gonna be able to take it. So it's gonna be anger in the household because they don't feel efficient. And the dick ain't worth all the stress. I'm sorry.
Well, I think she said sufficient, but
Your opinion, sir. Sorry.
Dr. Heavenly, I think I'm more of a realist, right? Women aren't out here asking not to have their bills paid for them. They're lonely. And they entertain these guys who are less than their yoke. They're not evenly yoked with them. And it's a phenomenon. It's an epidemic. It's a something because it's happening too much. But you can't blame the man or if you are in a relationship
a man
and
that don't want to take his wife.
And excuse me, hold on. Dr. Heavenly, I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk. Let me finish talking, please. So if you are in a relationship, if women are in a relationship and they don't feel comfortable paying all the bills, then get out the relationship and stop talking about it.
Absolutely.
Right? Stop playing the victim.
Yes. I think he was triggered because this was reflective of his relationship with someone who made way more than him and was probably paying all of the bills to keep him. Look, I don't know what it's like to want to be a kept anything. Part of my dignity comes from the ability to take care of the people around me. So I don't know who sits up there. I feel terrible saying as a man because I don't wanna say as a man, but I'm gonna do it. I can't. The feminist in me is fighting. The feminist in me is fighting to come. The feminist in me is literally fighting to come out because a lot of these men have to be feminists. But it just feels wrong. It feels very, very wrong to see a man just sit about talking about, oh, all I can do is pay the light bill. Wait. The what? Girl. I can't. This don't even sound right. She's lonely, so she should take care. Even if she's lonely, the pool of men she's selecting from should have people in there, most of which who can take care of themselves.
Stop playing the big when you have the option.
Ask any black woman that's educated. They're not going to agree with you, Al.
Okay, I'm not saying agree with you. I said if you're not happy, if you feel like if you're an educated black woman and you're in a relationship and you're not happy with it because he's not paying the bills, get out of it.
I think the issue is Tyler Perry is saying that a black man.
Stop.
I don't know what Al Lightskin is saying. This don't make sense. The question is, should they? If not, if they are already doing it, should they stop? Like he's triggered. He is triggered because he's completely missing the point. Tyler Perry is telling women who are not in these relationships that they need to get in these kinds of relationships. He is not talking about people who are already in these relationships. Why are you...
That's the issue.
Listen, stop being in a relationship with a man that you don't respect and you don't like because he's not holding his...
What are you talking about, sir? Like, literally, what are you talking about? They're not talking to women who are already in these relationships. Tyler Perry is telling women these are the relationships that they should go. Tyler Perry is telling women who are looking for men who are on their level that they shouldn't continue to look for men on their level, but they should downgrade to a man who can only provide by paying the light bill. He is not talking to women who are already in these dusty relationships. What are you talking about? Sir, I know you're mad, but like at least listen. You know how I was talking to the lady on the Breakfast Club, and I was saying I don't like when people don't listen because you can't come to me and be mad about something and you can't tell me what you're mad about. It's the same thing here. You are completely missing the point. You have not engaged with the material. at all. We're talking specifically about Tyler Perry trying to convince women who do not want these relationships to get into these relationships. No one is talking about the people who are already in this relationship. Listen.
His own, period. Period. If he ain't got the money, he ain't got the money. As it relates to what Tyler Perry is saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If the man makes, like, say the household income is $100 a month, and the woman brings $80 to the relationship, and the man brings $20 to the relationship, because that's what they make.
Orange Pill, if you're here, answer this question. If the woman pays 80 and the man pays 20, the woman is paying majority, correct? I'm assuming you're saying yes. Is that all of it or part of it? Thank you in advance.
They both should pay the percentage that they make. So,
of course he doesn't mind. He lived that. He lived it.
If the bills are like, so the guy should pay 80%, I mean, the woman should pay 80% of the bills, and the guy should pay 20% of the bills. If he can't pay 20% of the bills, stop messing with him. Don't complain about him. Stop messing with him.
The way that would work, okay, if you can only pay 20% of the bill, you're not my husband. Because biblically it says you're supposed to provide for me, right? And I'm going to finish this. Because I don't agree with you, and I think we're coming from three different points of views. We are. If the man can't pay the bill, you at this point 20%, you my bitch, okay? So you need to clean my pool. You need to pressure wash my damn tennis court and do what you can. So I'm adding no, but you're not my man. You're not my man.
Okay, then get him out the house. Stop calling him your boyfriend. Stop calling him your boyfriend and call him your slave.
Dr. Heavenly should have reframed and go back to what the premise is. It's not about you and your current relationship. It's telling people who don't have those relationships to get in those relationships. And the problem is these people still want to lead. We were just talking about this man talking about how he should lead. No, you can't even lead yourself to a job. Next week we find out Ebony is dating Safari. She's explaining in advance. Get it out of the way so none of y'all question her. Curry up and eat things. My dogs on IG bring in more money than the light bill. Period. Meanwhile, didn't Dusty, what's his name, Let Go talk about how men make so much money? And I'm just tired of these people. I'm tired of them.
Tyler Perry said it was okay.
Stop calling him your boyfriend and stop complaining about it. And stop complaining about it. And stop complaining about it.
So let me jump in here.
Your man isn't holding his way. Your man is not holding his way.
All right, let me jump in here real quick because the audio gets staticky. Hold on, Heaven. You got to be quiet because can't nobody hear when all this talk. So first and foremost, I think Tyler Perry used an extreme, right? I don't think in the real world, nobody, man, woman, or flower pot is finna sit back and just let some bitch come.
If my only choice is either all or part, then part. Why did you leave out majority? I did not leave out majority. I said if you pay 80, you pay majority. Is this majority all or part of the bill? I'm talking about the majority. Is the majority, the 80%, part or all?
Up in their house and be paying the light bill. Here is the question, and I post this on my Instagram, and Heavily, I want you to give me a realistic answer. And because I'm hearing both of y'all. But Black women right now are in this position, and I'm listening, where they say we're out earning, we're more educated, we make more money than men. And then they complain about a lack of availability of Black men. I understand that. Okay. And we can make the argument that Black men need to step it up. And I 100% agree that they need to step it up.
That is it. There is no however. That is it. Also, obviously, black women can go date anyone else they want. But if we're talking about black men and black women, yes, if the community is not doing well economically and black women are doing better and going to school, the alternative is not for them to date black men who can't or haven't achieved. The solution is for men to achieve too. It is not just on an individual relationship basis. We're talking about a community dynamic. If the women are doing well, you don't say, then they have to sit down to get men. No, you tell the men to boss up. I've always wanted to use that phrase, boss up. I'm such a bitch.
However, if we're being realistic, let's just say you're 38, you're 40, you're at that high place earning. The black men as a collective are probably not going to step it up in time enough.
If we're being realistic, black men aren't going to step it up in time enough. Is this not the bigotry of low expectation? People say that is a Republican talking point, but it feels like everyone looks at black men, even black men, and say they're just not good. They can't do anything. And because he's saying black men are not about to do it. Black men. The other one is arguing that you should take care of black men, and he's saying they're not about to do it. Like, I feel like men aren't seeing what this means. Like, even Mr. Let Go, people agreeing with Ebony that there are few black men. It's almost like everyone is giving up and saying, yeah, black men aren't about to go to school. They're not about to make money. They're not about to be good partners. They're not about, like, that's what it sounds like.
In your lifetime. So with the current availability of men, what are you to do? All right. What are you to do? If you making what you making and the only available pool of black men available to you right now are make a little less than you, a little less educated to you, I'm not asking you to settle, and I'm not telling you to do. To Al's point about the stop complaining,
you are asking to settle. You're asking them to settle. And no one is complaining. Literally, people are complaining that men should be better. And I feel like that is a valid complaint. No one is saying, Tyler Perry is talking to people who are not in relationships. So no one is complaining about their own relationships.
Complaining about a man that doesn't exist. If they don't exist right now because the pool of dating of black men got piss and shit in it, then what are y'all to do? If you want to be married and you want to have children and you want companionship and this is all that's available, what are you to do?
Date other groups of men. I feel like that's a very easy question. I don't think it's a rhetorical question. I think that's a good question. I do actually think that's a good question. I think it's a good question. And the answer is date other groups of men. I think.
Get you a damn puppy. The lady got fake babies. Get you a fake damn man, because it's not gonna work no kind of way. I don't know what y'all talking about, but it's not gonna damn it work. The man is gonna have the ego and have the issue in the household. What I'm saying is women, and I guess the issue at his hand is Tyler Perry made light of it, making it seem like it's okay to accept this. In other countries, other cultures, they don't.
In other cultures, they don't accept it. It's neither, because majority is. Orange Bill. I I'm concerned. I'm concerned for you. Majority is a plural and part is a singular. Is singular and can only be used sinful. Example. Part of the judges voted yes. Okay. So you can have a panel of judges, right? And you don't have to say part of the judge. You can say part of the panel. So you can still reference a group of judges making a decision and say part of the panel of judges made this decision or voted this way. And then you can ask what part, and you can say the majority's decision is blah. Girl, no one else comes up. Orange Pill, let's talk. Let's talk, because I know this is causing you emotional hurt and heartache. And what I want you to do, I'm removing this. I won't bring up any of your tapes. I won't do any of that. What I want you to do is I want you to explain to me what the issue is with part and majority for you. I want you to tell me what you think. I want you to explain to me what's wrong regarding my explanation of part and majority. Are we really playing the remedial Olympics with the Wait. No, because I think I actually think Orange Pill thinks he has a point. Like I really think no, he's not trolling me. Apparently he has been crying all over the internet about part and majority and saying how I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not even going to attack on anything. Whatever you say on other people's panel is your business. But about the part and majority thing, like I am very confused as to like what your issue is. You know you're gonna cry to JD after that. Orange Pill is not about to come up. And the reason I don't think all right, he's coming up. All right, come up. Let's do it. Let me do the after show, because period. Let me say we were gonna talk about these people. Larry Elder don't know what he's talking about. That's fine. We're going to talk about Shambudi. Let me just hurry up and say the thing that I liked about Shambudi here is she owns her privilege and she understands that the people who are black who comes to her and say you don't do this or you don't do that aren't coming out of jealousy or hate, but rather to figure out if she's safe. And the way she navigated this conversation was beautifully done. She still says let me leave that alone, but it is what it is. The theme is no, if you love us, no. Look, I don't believe Orange Pill is about to come up because I think he does know what he's talking about. But I did really, really love this video and I wanted us to watch it. But I also realized it's almost, it's so late. It is so late. And I want to give you guys time because my mom, oh, I didn't tell y'all this. I don't know if I told you. My mom is coming into town because she wanted to be with me, and she thought I was sad the other day. And so she decided that she would come visit and make sure that I was okay. Black male worship. um, and so I'm planning to take her shopping and get her some stuff and make her life a lot better. But I'm also trying to go live with her. I want to talk to her about how she raised my brother to be such an awesome young man. Everyone gives Orange Pill a warm one. Curry up and eat corner. Meow. Meow. I'm disappointed that black celebs like Tyler Perry, Ebony Williams, Iyanla, Tiffany Haddish are pushing black women date Mr. Lightbill instead of encouraging black women to date out like Mr. High Paid Professional does. Right? Period. Me too. Me too. All right, Orange Pill, I'm going to play the outro. And if you're not here by the time the outro comes on, we're going to have a problem because I can't sit up here and wait for you. And this goes for all the men in the manosphere who've been emailing me, asking me if we can debate. You can come on this panel, but I only debate my... I'm kidding. Let me stop. Let me stop. I'm not going to say that. That's mean and this was... Thank you, Giggles. All right. So Orange Pill is not here. I'm pretty sure he's looking up definitions and stuff, and this is really annoying. Let me help him. Part. Majority. Sorry, this is so funny to me. Wait, is this Orange Pill? No, if you're not Orange Pill, wait. Heyo.
Oh, hi. Am I the only one back here?
Yeah. No, you can talk because Orange Pill is hiding.
Orange Pill is hiding. Orange Pill, come up, Naman. Did he agree with that? I didn't see what he said. Did he agree with what Tyler Perry and Al Reynolds were saying?
Oh no, we're not even going to talk about that. I just want him to explain. I want the conversation about part and majority to end tonight. Hey, Orange Pill.
What's going on, famous? Long
Okay,
time
let
no
me
see.
mute myself. Let me mute myself because I want to hear that.
Sorry. Long time no speak. How are
Right,
you?
right.
How are you doing for real?
I'm doing good. You know, I was saying in the chat, having a baby. Baby's due in February, so I've been.
Oh, congrats, actually.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I actually do mean that, by the way. A baby is a blessing. So, since in the spirit of you having a baby, you and your wife having a child, let me step back and say, I am confused about why you're confused about the part and majority thing.
Okay, so
Wait,
when we had that,
before you,
go ahead.
before you explain, I just want to know what the issue is.
Well, I think first of all, I haven't even really talked about that in forever. But I think that I think it was a little bit disingenuous on your part at that time in regards to the part majority. It was such a, I feel like it was such a like looking back on it, it was such a silly conversation, or like where we were I forgot what we were originally talking about, and we just got stuck on this part majority thing. And I'm like, and I had talked to people that I work with afterwards, and I was talking about just how in general conversation, if I just use the word majority and part, how would you which one would you think was more? And resoundingly everybody was like majority, and I had
But
talked about
that's
our
not that feels odd that you would ask them that question when that wasn't the issue.
well, I didn't just obviously that wasn't the only thing I talked about. I talked about how when I had simply just said I pay majority of the bills, and then you were like, no, you pay part.
I never said no, you pay part. I said so you pay part.
Okay, so basically you were saying you disagree with what the way you're using the word majority, that part is what I was actually paying.
No, I didn't disagree with you saying majority. I said I agreed with you that if you told me you pay majority, I wouldn't have said no, you don't pay majority, you pay part. I said so you pay part. And you said no. You are the one who objected.
Okay. So when I said okay, so when you said I pay part, you were saying you pay majority or you could be paying part?
No, you paying majority is you paying part.
Okay, and that's where we had the disagreement where like majority and part aren't the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing because part could be like a smaller part. Part can be a smaller. Part
Yeah,
can be
that was
smaller. Huh?
no, I didn't get what you were saying when you said that.
So you can pay either the majority or the minority, right?
Yeah, that's usually how those two words, yeah, as far as
These two parts make up the whole.
okay.
So you paying majority is still part. You paying the minority a smaller amount is still part because it's either part of or the entire thing.
But the thing about it is you can't apply that when you actually want to explain to somebody something where I would say that majority, like if I want to say, okay, I pay majority of the bills versus I pay part of the bills, can you say without a doubt that you know how much I'm actually contributing in bill payment from majority and part, or is there only one of you really can kind of tell how much I'm actually contributing?
For none of those, I can tell how much. What I
Even though
can tell is what you don't pay. I can tell with 100% accuracy that you don't pay all.
well, nobody was talking about all.
But that's where you compare part to. Their majority can be when you split up the parts, it can be like a minority, a simple minority, a majority, a super majority. It can be a plurality. You can split up the whole into a lot of different parts, right? But the part that is the biggest is the majority, but it's still a part of the whole. Part is in relation to the whole.
I know that part is relation to the whole, but in the way of explaining how much I actually like, in the way of explaining how much I actually contribute in the bill payment in my house, I say I pay majority of the bills because the definition of majority is a greater part or a
Yeah.
greater
And so
number
I
or
said,
a greater
oh,
number.
and I was like, oh, so you pay part of it. Because I was like, oh, you don't pay all of it. That's what I'm comparing it to. I'm like, oh, he doesn't pay all of it. Oh, okay.
So when I look at the definition of greater part, that means more than a part. A greater part is more
No, no,
than a
no, no,
part.
no, no, no. It doesn't mean greater than a part. It is a part that is bigger than some other part.
So the majority is as definition from what you
No,
interpret
yeah.
from a greater part is okay. Go ahead.
No, what you're thinking is greater than a part, right? Which would be a whole. But it's not greater than a part. It is like It's not greater than a part, it is a greater part. So it is still a part, but it's a greater part than some other part.
Okay. But so you're saying, okay, even though the definition says majority is a greater part or a greater number,
Mhm.
it's still just simply a part.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say simply a part, but it's still a part.
Yeah, I don't want to try to put that word in there, try to as an angle or
No,
anything, but I'm just kind of saying.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
So and then I also look at how I even just would use that word, because both of those are collective nouns, which are like groups, majorities, parts, gang, pack. Even if I use that in a sense of like a sentence, part is always going to be singular, and it's not going to be like it's like part of the list. It's not, part of the problem. Nobody says part of the problems. It's not grammatically correct. So that's the way, or but majority can be used in plural and singular sense. So it's majority of the problems or majority of the problem, whereas part can only be used in the singular sense. That's the way I look at it from a grammatical standpoint, regardless of how well parts in the definition and all this stuff. So I go by that too as well. So not like I said, part of the judges or majority of the judges. There's no such thing as part of the judges.
I mean, there is there's such thing as part of the judges, but it's going to it's going to change the meaning of the sentence. That's not what we are engaging with right now. We're talking about whether or not majority is a part of the whole. Can we accept that majority is a part of the whole?
Majority is part of the whole. Not it's not it's majority is part of a whole, but not in the sense of how we're using it on how much I'm contributing in this in the bill payments and bills.
Do you pay all of the bill?
No, I don't pay all the bills.
You pay 80% of the bill.
Yes.
And your wife pays 20.
Yes, just about, yeah.
All right. And 20 and 80 makes 100. That is the entirety of the bill.
Yes.
So your wife pays a part of the bill.
It's not the bill, it's part of the bills, which doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing. Like in this, we have more than one bill, so you can't say part of the bill.
Yes, you can.
How many bills do you think I have in my house?
I don't know, but if she pays 20%, she doesn't pay all of them. She pays part of them.
And I pay majority, so what's left?
Nothing is left. If she
which
pays
is small,
part,
right?
yeah, if she pays a smaller part and you pay the larger part, both of y'all paid part.
And what's the larger part? What's larger? What's larger part? What's the larger part? What is that?
Your 80%.
Which is what? Majority?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What?
You said you pay a larger part.
Yes.
She pays the smaller part. Okay.
Yes.
What is the larger part in just a word? Majority. Exactly.
Yes. So you pay majority and she pay the smaller part.
I pay majority of the bills.
Mm-hmm. So you pay the larger part.
Which is also majority of the bills.
Okay, you said which is also, so you understand that it is the larger part still.
I never argued the definition. I said majority is a greater part, but it's not just simply a part.
Yeah, it is the greater part.
Which is more than a part, right?
It's still a part.
I know it's still a part, but it's a larger part.
Yes,
You
but
even admitted that I pay a larger part.
Yes, I agree. You pay a larger part. But it's still a part. So you pay a part of the bill, she pays a part of the bill. To be more accurate, you pay a larger part, she pay a smaller part.
But that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to talk about accuracy and how to actually say what I'm actually contributing. Like when they do voting, they majority the voting wins. They don't say, well, a part of the country voted for this president, and a part of the country voted for this candidate, a part of the country voted for this one. They
They
do that.
do. They do. And then they become more accurate if need be, which part of the country. And it doesn't actually have to be about majority, it could actually be about location, actually what part of the country voted what way. But as it relates to how much you pay, 80% is a majority, but it's still a part. It is a larger part, but it is still a part. I don't
So
think it's a lack of comprehension. In fact, I think you understand very well. I think what is happening, and I could be wrong, but I think what is happening is the way I said it seemed to have probably been disrespectful insofar as you said you paid a majority, and I said, oh, you pay a part. And that seemed to suggest that I was diminishing that which you paid, which was 80, which is a lot. And because I said, oh, you didn't pay all of it, you pay a part of it, that triggered something
yeah.
and it might have felt like I was being disrespectful. So I understand why you would push back. My issue is even after you push back, why would you continue to hold it when it's a matter of pure accuracy and
Yeah.
it is fine.
Well, going back, I wasn't offended. It was kind of like more. I was like, I was kind of shocked about the conversation we're having because even you said, "Oh, you pay a part," which is actually I wouldn't have disagreed with you if you said, "Oh, you pay a greater part," but you said I pay a part. You don't say a greater part until the definition came up. You're like, "Oh, well, parts in the definition, therefore you pay a part." No, I pay a greater part, which is majority. Like if you said, "Oh, you pay a greater part," or you pay a larger part, so you pay a larger part than your wife. That's different than what you said. You said I pay a part. Then we got to this. Well, a part is also a majority, which is not according to definition. It's a greater part. And then but then you were like, well, parts in the definition. So part and majority are the same thing. That's not true
I
because the
never said
definitions
part.
aren't even the same.
I never said part and majority are the same thing. I said majority because it can't be the same thing, right? Because a part can be a majority or a minority. It can be the larger or smaller. So they're not the same. Part encompasses both the larger and the smaller. And you just pay the larger part, which is still a part. You
But
paying
it's
80
okay. Go ahead.
You paying 80% is you paying part.
No, it's me paying a greater part.
You keep saying no. What you should say is yes, the larger part. It's not
So
no. No, it's not
okay.
no. It is yes. I pay a part, but it is the larger part. It's not no, I don't pay a part. I pay the larger part. It's yes, I pay a part, but it's the larger part.
Why is it that I have to say, well, I have to say part is also a larger part or it's a smaller part? Is that what you're saying?
Because
So
that's
that's
true. That is true. That is what is correct. That is accurate. If I say you pay a part and you say no, I don't pay a part. I pay a larger part. It's you contradicted yourself. You should say yes. I get that I pay a part, but I do pay the larger part.
if you're going to say, but I pay a larger part, that means that a larger part and a part are the same thing. Yes, I pay a part, but it's larger,
Yes, you can do that.
which which is also the definition of a larger part, not just part. Because if that's the case, majority would just be, oh, it's either a part or a greater part. It's not. It's saying a greater part or a greater number. Like I don't know. You're trying to you're
So
trying to say part and majority are.
if you say to me, I pay if your wife says, "Oh, I don't pay a part, I pay a smaller part," what would you say to her?
If she told me I don't pay a part, I pay a smaller part. I'm like, okay, so you're paying little of the amount, or a small amount. I would say
So
that
you
because that puts more of what it is, because I don't know how much a part is, but I know a smaller part is actual. I can measure that a little bit. I
all
can't
right.
measure a part.
Okay. So we can never use part then in describing how much you pay.
That's why we go majority or minority, or
Yeah.
smaller, or you can go smaller part or larger
You
part.
just
But
you just rendered the word part useless.
okay, and that's fine. That's why that we can stick to majority or minority.
Yes, but you do understand that if your wife pays 20%, she pays a smaller part, but she does still pay a part.
She does still pay a part, but what is the amount in the part
It
that she
doesn't
pays?
matter. It doesn't.
It
If
doesn't.
she pay,
But you're going to dispute
wait,
the
wait,
word
wait,
part, but you
wait,
don't want to.
wait,
Okay.
wait, wait. If you say she pays 20%, and if she says she pays 20%, and I say she pays a part, what's the problem?
Well, it doesn't. It does. You said she pays 20% pay a part because
Is it
what
inaccurate? Is it wrong?
it's wrong. It's not inaccurate, but it's you're not really saying how much she pays if you only say she pays a part. I'm like,
All
well, how
right.
much is a part?
So if it's not wrong, you see why you can't then say no, I don't pay a part. Because to say no, I don't pay a part is to say that me saying you pay a part is wrong.
Well, in the context of her and the part in her case, that's different than my majority because majority is only a greater part. It's not a part.
Wait,
It's not
wait,
literally just the word part.
you're taking too many steps. If I say to you, you pay a part, and you say no, I do not, what are you telling me? You are telling me I am wrong, right?
Yes, because part is a
Wait, wait,
singular.
wait, wait, wait. If you're telling me I'm wrong, you do understand that me saying you pay a part means that you don't pay the entire thing, and I am not wrong, correct?
If you say, wait a minute, hold on. Can you say that again for me?
If I say you pay a part of the bill and you say no, I do not, you understand that you're saying I'm wrong, right?
Yes, and yes, you are wrong.
Am I wrong for saying you pay a part of the bill?
You are, well, it's part of the bills, which is actually incorrect. You keep trying to say part of the bill, which is not what we're talking about. We're
You
talking
pay a
about part
part
of
of
the
the
bill.
bills. It's fine. You pay a
That's
part of the bills.
that's actually grammatically incorrect, but go ahead.
How is that grammatically incorrect?
You can't use a singular collective noun in a plural sense. Like you said, you can't go part of the judges, you can't go part of the problems. You can't, it can only be used singular. You can't use a singular noun like that part in a plural context. Have you ever heard anybody say part of the problems?
No, you don't
Part
say
of the
that.
part of the
No,
groups?
you can you can pluralize the word part, right?
Go ahead and pluralize it. How does it sound?
Wait, you don't know the different parts
No,
of
no,
a ship.
no. How can you use that word part in a plural sense? That's what you're saying, right?
You can add an S.
Parts of what? Parts of the problem?
Yes.
What's parts of the problem? What does that mean? How does that even sound right? Parts of the problem. Please, can you use it in a sentence for me? Have
Wait,
you ever heard
wait.
anybody say part of the problems?
What do you? Yeah.
You don't part of the groups.
You can you can pluralize the word part, right?
Go ahead and pluralize it.
Wait, you are not joking.
So No, I'm not, because you can say you can say majority of the problem or majority of the problem. Hey, not because so using in the plural, use part in the plural sense for me, so I can hear majority of the problem. Can you mute?
I'm going on. I had to put Truth Teller on mute. There's an echo in the background, Truth Teller.
Okay. I like.
Wait. You know there can be multiple parts, right?
I know there can be multiple parts, but I want you to use part in the plural sense as you say you can do. Can you use the word part in the plural sense?
Yes.
Okay.
What's your name? Orange pill.
Gosh. I'm waiting.
I'm laughing because I'm actually kind of taken aback that you don't think that parts can be used in a sentence.
I said in this. I know it can be used in a sentence. I'm talking about in the plural sense. If that's what you say you can do, can you use part in a plural sense?
I just did.
What'd you say?
I literally just did when I spoke back to you.
Can you say it again? I missed it because of the laughter and stuff. What was the plural sense you used it?
When you're putting the puzzle pieces together, can you say even like parts of the problem? Like I'm so confused as to what you're doing.
I'm trying to. Okay, go ahead. I haven't heard you using the plural sense yet.
I'm still waiting. I've done it so many times.
Parts. Okay, so parts of the problem. What does that mean? Can you use that in a sense? Like in a sentence, you say in a phrase, but what is a whole sentence?
So I'm looking at different parts of a problem. The larger part of the problem is the part that I'm going to leave for tomorrow, and the smaller part of the problem, I'm going to tackle it today.
You said the smaller part of the problem?
There are too many parts to this problem. I'm going to do the larger part tomorrow and the smaller part now.
There's too many parts to this problem? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. To this problem, that problem, a problem, many yeah.
You still didn't use the word part in a non-plural sense. You in a plural sense, you said too many parts. You made it plural, then you used it, but it still has problem at the end. You still haven't used it in the word part in a plural sense.
I think you're looking for something very specific, and I don't think you've asked me for it.
So all I've said is like part of the problem or majority of the problem. Part can only be used singular. Part of the agreement, it's not part of the agreements. Majority of the agreement, part of the agreement, part of the solution.
I don't know what you're doing because part can be pluralized.
I know it can be plural. I'm talking about the sentence itself, like the prepositional phrase, I would say. So, like part of the problem.
No. Wait. You paying the larger part is still singular. Your wife paying the smaller part is still singular. You and your wife pay different parts.
Okay. I know we pay different parts, but I'm talking about the word part. The whole thing, the reason is because you're trying to say part and majority are the same thing, but grammatically they are not. Part is only singular.
No one said they are the same thing. No one said that.
Then why are you saying but you're saying the word majority, since it has greater part, since this is a greater part, it's also part. Like part
majority is a part, yes.
Majority is not a part because they're not the same kind of word. Majority is a plural noun. But part is a singular noun. They cannot be the same thing. You can't even use them the same way. And I've been trying to ask you to use them the same way. You can't.
You literally just read the definition for majority that says a greater part.
A greater part or a greater number. It's still not just a part. It's a greater part. That's why this got out of hand for no reason at all, to be honest. And it's like grammatically, you can't even use those words the same Like I can't use part, and it can only be used singular, and you can't find a way to do it to make it plural without it sounding crazy. That's why part of the bills, as you said, is not correct. Majority of the bills is grammatically correct. So I don't know. If you can find a way to make it plural and make it sense, and I haven't heard
You're
you say
telling me that if I say I pay a part of my bills, that it's not grammatically correct? Is that what you're telling me?
I pay a part of I pay a part of my bills. That is not actually.
Why is it not? Correct it for me.
I pay a part of my bill. It's because it can only be used singular. You can't use it in you can't pluralize that prepositional phrase with a singular collective noun. So it can't be I pay a part would you say I pay a part of my bills?
Today I paid a part of my bills.
That's it's like you can't it's actually grammatically you can look this up. You can't use it that way. Like it's just grammatically it's no it sounds right, but it's not correct. Part of like you can't use it. Like if you can find something that says yeah you could use the word part in anything but you could use it plurally, you can't. Nothing like literally nothing says you can. So that's the main thing, along with me just like into to
You
be
do
more
know, even let me go on this with you, right?
okay.
You know that you combine all of that into one, right? You can combine your bills into one bill. The amount becomes like one number, right? So even if you're saying it's singular, it's singular, it's singular, you can make all of those numbers, the light bill, the water bill, all of it, you can make it into one number. You know that. And this becomes
Okay.
your bill. It's like when you go to the restaurant and you order a bunch of food, you can get one bill with the sum total of all the things that you've ordered. It is one bill, even though there are different plates on the menu, right? And you can, even if we're talking about singular and we're going to the sort of minutiae of the English language in this way, you can still have one bill because it is one number that you're going to divide up into different parts. So
Yeah,
you
but I
can
guess
still pay a part
you can still
grammatically.
I get what you're saying, but it's still like I said, you still can't use that grammatically. You type that in anywhere, it's going to come up like you can't use it that way. I'm talking about the English language. You can say, well,
Wait,
it's all one
what did you
bill.
just say about wait, what did you just say about typing it anywhere?
It should come up as like an error or something like that. Let me see.
All right, so I have Grammarly,
Okay.
and here we go. I paid a part of my bills, and there are no grammatical errors. Why?
I don't know. Let's see. So I'm trying to turn my computer on. Let me see here.
While you do that, let's read some super chats. I blame y'all for this. Remember how Stan was ranked when we were ranking the men, had them feeling themselves too much for doing the 99% is still part because it's not 100. That's it. The point is that you were not the provider. Angel, you don't pay all the bills. That's the majority is a portion of the whole, i.e., a part. And this is why we shouldn't date down, getting offended by words. I done heard parts so much I could have heard full of box braids by now. Period. Talking about that, I need to redo my hair. Draw a pie chart. So, seems like Armstrong refuses to see himself in the mirror, especially since he has his wife paying his bills instead of paying enjoying mother. No, I think most people. I think if Orange Pill is paying 80%, he's doing more than a lot of people in reality. So I wouldn't say that because I think that's probably what triggered him before. And there's a part of me that feels bad. But can you please move on? I beg. His ego is fragile as all hell, child. Several parts of your brain. Well, y'all play too much in this chat. Oh my god. I feel like you're gonna get Orange Pill, you're gonna get mad at me again for this. And I literally thought you would come. He trying to justify just paying the light. No. Doesn't understand parts of a whole. I am hoping we don't have to resort to making an elementary pie chart. If, like, Lucy takes a slice, how much pie does Johnny get? Both still get part. and Kia, no, y'all play, y'all play too much. Y'all have money to waste tonight, I see. Y'all just have a bunch of money to just waste tonight because there's still 13 more, and I just read 20. You know what? We're going to do a Cash App and I'm going to play games where we give back money on the Cash App because YouTube is taking too much money. So I'm going to get a Cash App, and the next time we go live, you will never hear me say hit the Cash App. But I do actually believe that this is too much waste. This is literally too much waste. YouTube is getting too much money, and I don't like that for us. Those 12 boys are part of the audience. Part of the audience is boys. Orange Pill, are you here? All right, well, period. I thought you would have seen Curry Up. Susie and Mahi eats and talking in class are parts of the problems every day. Part.
Oh, he's gone?
No, I think he's still here. Various parts of the student body didn't study for the final exam as indicated by this discussion. Like I'm confused as to why he think you can't use parts with an S in a sentence. All majorities can be considered a part of a whole, but not all parts can be considered a majority. Exactly. Orange Pill, here's your example. Part of the demographic is remedial. Part refers to multiple people, in this case, plural. Girl, y'all in these chats. Let go and said, the men, the black community has to offer, make your big ladies. Somebody find us a 5th grader to explain this to him because what? He's trolling. Parts of my body ache listening to this conversation. Is it the larger part or the small? This is bloody fat. I find it fascinating too. I find this like really fascinating. Parts of the bills imply you each pay portions of each bill, but not a bill in its entirety yourself. It's not a propositional phrase. Parts isn't a proposition. Sign someone getting a literature PhD, a lit PhD, literature. I think he just left. Thank you, Ferris. I think he just like left. I think he just like grammatically grammatical rules to all right. Orange Pill. Did
Yeah, I
you
don't know
get
what
it to
happened.
work? Look around. Everybody on mute. Go ahead.
So wait, so what was that? What was that? What was that? What'd you say again? I paid part of my something. What'd you say?
Ladies, stop doing these men's homework in uni. What I'm saying is you said something about grammar.
Yeah.
And you don't think I can say you pay part of the bill?
I'm sorry. I said you couldn't pay. You couldn't say what? You pay part of the bill.
I said you pay part of the bill. Am I wrong?
No, no. I said you can say that you pay part of the bill.
All right. Okay, so you agree then. You pay part of the bill, but
Yeah.
it is the majority.
No, the only thing I disagree with was when you said I don't disagree with you pay part of the bill. I disagree with you pay part of the bills.
That's fine. You pay part of the bill.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I agree with the thing where you said bills can be consolidated into one bill theoretically because you're going to pay them all at once, whatever. In order to use it in a singular sense or whatever the case may be. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so what was the argument?
It was in the case of the original argument was like me saying in general I pay part of the bills in the house or bills when it comes to me and my wife, which is not correct. Is I pay majority of the bills, which is actually how much I pay, which is a bigger part or a greater part or greater number. That's by the definition. You're like, no, you still pay part of the bills.
So your issue is that bill it was either bill or bills? Like
Yeah. So the issue was that
oh no, let's listen again before you go. I don't want you to like trap yourself into some foolishness. Let's hear it.
okay.
So you're not the only provider. You're not the sole provider. You're not the provider. You just provide part of it.
It's not part. It's majority, actually.
I mean, is majority
You
not
said part? No, majority is not part.
part.
Majority is not part. Come on. Part of something is a majority of something.
So where did I say bills?
I thought that was what the original argument was about the bills. Can you play more of that, actually?
Yeah, I'll replay it. Let's restart it.
I thought we had some more to say, actually.
Yeah, so you're not the only provider. You're not the sole provider. You're not the provider. You just provide part of it.
It's not part. It's majority, actually.
I mean, is majority
You
not
said part? No, majority is not part.
part.
Majority is not part. Come on. Part of something is a majority of something are the same thing, Stevens? Really?
Wait, you're joking, right?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that part of something and majority of something can equate to the same thing?
Wait.
No, here we go. Semantics. Here we go.
Okay, can I just say something?
No. Absolutely no one can interrupt this. What do you mean? No,
You said I'm part. I pay part. I'm part of I pay part of it. It's majority of it.
What's the discrepancy?
That's not part. It's majority.
Majority is still part of.
Okay. All right.
No, define part.
Part to me is like.
No. I don't care about what part to you mean. What is part?
Part is not majority. Part is maybe like a piece of it, like a quarter of it. A part is not majority.
So. Okay. So it could not be the case that you were disagreeing about bills versus bill, because we're talking about whether or not you are the provider.
Right. Yeah, I will admit, I thought we were talking about part of the bills, like in definition. I was wrong.
All right.
Yeah, I was wrong as far as that. I think it came down to just numbers wise, and I created my own argument with the part of the bills. So I'll concede to that.
All right. Well, that's good. I think we're back on this good page then, because I was very confused as to what was happening, but I won't be like, oh my God, I told you so, because like I think I want more people to be able to like say, you know what? Look, I was wrong. Let's move on. And yeah.
I think if I'm going back and look at that argument, it was somewhere majority, which we kind of still kind of argue a little bit in this sense, but like it was more so about to say how much I'm actually contributing. Majority is more precise in how much I'm actually contributing versus
No, let's
part.
stop. Let's stop.
But I don't want to.
No. Just say it. Because in the way that I said it, you wouldn't be wrong in that, like, if you felt like I was diminishing your contribution, that is a fine thing to say. And I feel like you should just directly attack me verbally on that. Say, Demas, the way you just use part is diminishing. It feels like you are trying to diminish how I have engaged with my bills and my family, and I don't appreciate that. And then I can either say, no, I didn't, or I can own the fact that, you know what, maybe I was trying to be a bit shady, and that's not right. I feel like we have to be able to directly confront the issue, right? Because I think that's what animated all of this. I think in your mind, you thought I was diminishing what you were paying. And if you felt that way, that's right. Like, you have a right to then say, yeah, no, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell just from the conversation, just kind of reflecting on it. The tension was already high, so that kind of was like, I was like, and I can look back and kind of say, and how I'm hearing myself, is that yes, there felt a level of insult about how much I'm contributing, and it was like we were already kind of like, you know how arguments get, so it was already kind of
probably. And it was, I don't remember my emotional state there, but it sounded like I was trying to be underhanded too. Like it sounded like I was trying to be insulting. So I don't remember if that's what I was doing, but I can understand how you would feel that way. I wish you had directly said it, and so I could engage with you in that way, and like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't have done that, because it might not have been appropriate.
Right. I mean, I said I don't dispute any of it. So, and like I said, I apologize for adding the problems and getting off to that collective now stuff, and actually creating my own argument, which is crazy, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. So,
I got a question. Did you want me to? I mean, I don't know if you want me to say anything about the Ebony K Williams thing or
sure,
Tyler Perry. So
wait, before you do, can I read some of these super chats?
Yes,
I don't want them to follow. This is crazy. If you do graduate, no, I'm not going to read this, Jalen. We can talk in the Discord. Those 12 boys are part of the audience. Part of the audience is boy. Is this that boy math I've been hearing about? Guess he ain't expect you to pull out the wild card reverse and draw for a combo. His ego is bigger than his wallet. Majority took black man out of the home. The convo was about provider. Yeah. He thinks majority as a concept is plural and bigger, and part as a concept is singular. And I think there was probably a way to reframe that, but that's not good. Let's keep it a buck. Orange Bill really offended that he's not a provider, like he led on to be.
Right. It's not that sole provider.
Crown by K. Thank you. He needs to flex over his wife. Point blank.
My homeless wife.
Yeah. Wait, are you mad? I asked. Let me ask. Are you?
She was actually No, she was mad about it. She was actually mad about it.
Did
She
you
was like,
did you explain to her why I asked her that? Because
I
it
did.
feels like without context, to be fair, I would
Yeah,
apologize to your wife because that's not right. I shouldn't take your words, interpret it, and then ask her some
yeah.
foolishness. I shouldn't have done that. So I would apologize to your wife. If you can click this, Orange Pill's wife, I do apologize. I did not mean to offend you. I was being tongue in cheek. And I shouldn't have asked the question. However, and this is not a justification for my behavior, so I take full accountability for it. Please note that your husband said he would not date someone who have a home. So that's why I asked. It's still not right. I could have asked you if you owned a home. You didn't have to be homeless. You could have been in your mother home. You could have been in an apartment. So that's fine. But please note, I was being funny based on something that your husband had said previously about what he wouldn't do, which is date someone who owned a home. So
Yeah,
that's why I asked.
she didn't actually agree with me on that home thing anyway, but that's beside the point.
Good, good. I can see clearly now 4 months. All right, go ahead. You can make a comment and then truth teller.
I will say on Ebony K Williams for the IVF thing, just from personal experience, that's what me and my wife went through. So I get where it would be tough to do it by yourself, with that, she talked about that with the one girl, the progesterone shots. Even after in the stomach, and then she has to get shots and like every day for probably 13 weeks after the fertilized eggs goes in her in shot in the butt every day, and it starts to hurt after a while. So you need somebody there. So I can imagine just doing all that by yourself, let alone the money and how it's covered and all that stuff. That is tough. It's not just, oh, I'm gonna just go freeze my eggs and pull out a baby, yada yada. It's a lot more to it than just by yourself. It does. I can see from the husband standpoint of helping my wife how that can be tough.
Yeah.
So that's just from the IVF angle. I will say from Tyler Perry's point, I wish he never said the light bill thing. That part that was a little too much. But I think what I think he's saying is that as far as the men that women are looking for educated on the same level or economic level, it's not enough men out there in that from what black women might find marriageable as far as a man on their same level as education and money or whatever the case may be, or that security. So
what do you think the solution to that is?
I want to say settling, but I don't know. And
You
I'm
don't
not, and
think
that's
there are any other options than settling? Like, think about it. Like, what would be the best thing to do? Like, what is the best outcome for everyone involved?
the best outcome, and I can't disagree, is that more men go to school.
All right,
Uh,
period.
but I think we're living in a time, and I'm sure you look up the numbers. It's like men are leaving school. Only people left in the schools for men wise looking like the men that play on the football teams and basketball teams, and even from white men are actually declining in school as well. So it's not like I'm gonna just go jump to that guy. They're dropping even faster. Even I've watched podcasts where the older white guys telling the younger white men to not go to school. There is too woke and all that stuff and yada yada yada. And so they're saying no, don't go there. They're not teaching any. They're teaching feminism and all that stuff. Blah blah blah. So there's like this thing about like this scarlet letter for men going to school because they're going to just teach you all kinds of leftist stuff. So they're kind of like discouraging younger men to go to school to get brainwashed, which I don't agree with. But yeah, I think black women find educated men or men on their same economic level and or men that as marriageable. We can say as men can complain about like, oh, that's not true because we got all these other qualities and like that, but like that's what you're not going to change black women's mind on that. I mean, the black women I work with say the same thing. All the nurses, black nurses, women I work with, they want somebody who's equally yoked, same level. So it's not just, they're just saying that online. They're not really saying that in real life. Like, no, they're saying that real life too.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Isn't it a problem that's the problem? Like, I feel like for me, hearing that, like, women want men who, not even like, women usually want men who are doing better than them, but women wanting men on their level, financially, academically, that seems out of reach, immediately triggers me to think, oh my God, what's wrong with men? Why aren't men on women's level in a system like this?
Right. Well, and it's that's the thing, and that's why I was trying to figure out initially, like, well, why aren't men going to school as much as women are? I mean, it's available to them. It's not like they're excluded
Yeah.
from going to school. So what's the issue here? And I can look at me as a millennial and the men that are like around me. I'm the only one of my friends that actually has a degree of any kind. Uh, and I'm looking around. A lot of them just kind of like are like kind of looking just kind of like hustling, like just not really consider a job. Okay, they work in the plant, then they're working building swimming pools, or they're doing something random like that, and it's just like there's no consistency on the men on that, and I can't even, and then they kind of, some of them even get their CDLs. Like, okay, you got your CDL, but they're not doing anything with the CDL. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna have all these routes and stuff, and I got all these plans, and then nothing happens. So I think for me, from what I see for the millennial men, it's like once they're by 30 years old, if they don't have a plan or nothing, it's over.
Yeah.
They're pretty much set in their ways. It's a lot of hustling and job to job, and that's pretty much it. Like mindset wise, you would think that, oh, 30, just all that stuff about men are in their prime, and 30, like the men that I see, the millennial men I see that I'm around that are like in their 30s, it's like that's it. It's no like, oh, now I'm about to go to school at 30 years old, and now it's like, so, and I don't know. That's why I can't, like, men will say like, oh, and I don't mean to keep going on and on, Themis,
You're
but
fine.
men will say online that the female nurses are, they just want to use their money against you. But then I'll talk to the black female nurses want to use their money against you and control you with their money, and they're masculine. But then I'll hear the black female nurses at work and talk about all the guys that once they find out that the guy finds out that they work in medical or they're nurses, they start preying on them for money and stuff like that and use them as a wallet. So I'm like, somebody's not telling the truth here. I don't know. So it's something I can't knock, and I've learned a lot just talking to the black women I work with, and I want to dial down the red pill rage and all that stuff. And I'm like, especially when, and I don't know what party line you are, especially when I see a lot of the black manosphere kind of slipping in that whole Republican talking points kind of thing. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
noticed.
I
And
mean,
it's like,
a lot of them are anti-feminist, but for them to live in a world where Tyler Perry's idea that the woman is paying everything and you pay the light bill, like, you cannot not be a feminist. To agree with Tyler Perry is to be a feminist. And that's what I don't like. I don't like the hypocrisy. I don't like the lying. You want to be a wannabe. You want to be taken care of. Own it so people can know and stop walking around here talking about, oh, they're not submitting. Submitting to what? You don't have anything. You don't bring anything to the table until you start owning your patriarchal part. Then don't expect her to hold hers.
exactly. And like, they can call, I mean, guys can try to say, well, that's conditional femininity. I mean, it's my thing is that when it comes to, it's like with Kevin Samuels, when he was talking about male improvement and stuff like that, and dressing better, getting better jobs, stuff like that, he was getting actually pushback from the men. But until the average at best, oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's talk about the women. So that's another whole thing. Like I said, the betterment of men is like, no, the women need to get better. Then we'll just be men and we'll contribute to the family and stuff like that. Stuff. It's not. I don't. Women are not going to buy that. You got to do better as men schooling, whatever, and just kind of like I think because when I start bringing up money and I talk to men online, I start thinking about money like it's about the money and about financial security. It's about creating generational wealth. It's not about the money. I'll get pushback from men about making money, and I'm like, wait a minute. I thought we were all about. I thought the Black Manosphere was all about us doing better as men as well. It was like, but when I talk about the money, it's like it ain't about the money. It's about character and all this stuff. And I'm like, so does do they give food away for free? I mean, I don't know. So I'm kind of
Yeah.
like in this limbo where I'm like hearing the men, and all of a sudden I hear the Republican talking points that don't make no sense, or I hear something like uh, d- the lawyer guy talking about like, oh, if Black women want to uh, uh, abort our kids, then we should have the right to not pay child support at all or whatever. It's like, what? That makes no sense. But or something like that, some weird twisted point. So I'm like, I'm trying to figure out where to be.
Yeah, well, I obviously will not attempt to even tell you, but what I can say is, well, let me simplify it. I think just take the next right step, and hopefully it leads you to what the right answer is. Because in truth, I don't even know if my answers are the right ones. I believe them, I trust them, but I don't want to pretend like they are the truth because they are my truth based on the information I have, and maybe you come up with a different truth about the world and how people are interacting. But what I do believe fundamentally is that we are not going to be better as a community by telling women not to be great. Like that doesn't work. Like if we are doing poorly as a community, then women doing better or at least trying to do better is a good thing. So trying to humble them, make them settle, all of that would only serve to make us do poorly. The only other alternative there is for the other groups in the community to do better and try to do better. It is not to pull the women down. It has to be lift the women up and the men need to do better and try harder. And not shame women. Because it's funny because a lot of women don't even care, and this is a problem, but they don't even care if men are doing better. All they're asking for is for you to not drag them online. So we'll see. I will watch. Hopefully, this is a good change. I don't know where you're going to come out at the end of your whatever this is. Hopefully, you having a child does actually mean something in this way, in the way that you want to help to shape the world for your child to grow up in.
Right. I'm having a son, by the way, so I want to make sure that I don't kind of like his mind and get him down the road where he doesn't need to be. And real quick about Ebony K Williams, like I don't trust her because in regards to her mixed messaging, and it was don't date the bus driver, or the bus driver on the bus. Now then she's talking about um, this other stuff in regards to oh, get the man when you're in college, don't waste time and all that stuff. And like I get what she's talking about, the IVF stuff, I'm with her on that, but like her messaging is kind of weird. I mean, it was what she was talking about, how she left her fiance, her white fiance, during COVID, and she used to be on Fox News too, by the way, a cool host on there, but that's beside the point. But like, so she just left her white fiance during the COVID outbreak, and then 2 years later, she's talking about black men now, this uh and all this stuff. So I don't know I don't know what her allegiance is, and I don't know if you've kind of seen her kind of inconsistency or whatever as far as she's concerned. So I don't know what her angle is. I'm very confused, but yeah.
I think it was to go viral.
Okay.
I think it was grifting, but Truth Teller, go ahead. Thank you, Orange Pill. I guess
Okay.
no one else is coming up, so Truth Teller, go ahead, and then we'll close. Truth teller? Truth teller. All right. Let's see.
I appreciate it, Demas, by the way. Clear the air. I was wrong. I mean, absolutely just wrong. Flat out.
You're fine.
I'm up here looking up collective nouns, and we ain't even talking about collective nouns. Anyway, so
No,
yeah.
You're fine. It is what it is. I'm glad you came back and we cleared the air, and then we'll continue to fight probably. So
Oh yeah, most likely there'll be something coming up.
yeah, it is what it is. Have a great night. Truth teller, we can't hear you. I dropped the link so many times, so apparently no one else wants to come on. I dropped the link in my Discord, no one wants to come on. So I'm going to end here. I truly, truly, truly appreciate all of you so much for being here with me. Have a wonderful one. Oh, I was hoping Truth Teller was coming on. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Remember to like the video on your way out. Apparently, it's really good. Discord, please remind me to get a Cash App because ain't no way YouTube, no. This is disrespectful. I don't like this. Have a wonderful night. Wait. We finna drag you in the Discord. All right, I'm gonna call the Discord as I get ready to go out. I'm gonna go out dancing, so I'm gonna. Oh, should I call the Discord? All right, I'm gonna call the Discord. I hate y'all for this. I know what y'all gonna drag me for. I understand it. I recognize I deserve this dragging, but all right, I have to face the music. It's fine. I'm calling. It's fine. I'm ending the live stream. I'm gonna call. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I will just sit there and be dragged while I get ready. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye. Right, Demas tries, y'all. I do try, and I'm gonna get dragged for trying because I made a promise and I broke my promise to the Discord and I broke my promise to the channel, and I just realized the promise that I made. So I don't want to go face the music, but this is a part of accountability. Y'all take it easy on me. Listen. Please, please take it easy. I don't deserve this. Bye. I'm gonna eat tteokbokki too.